Good evening, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started. I did want to make mention that there are extra chairs over here to my left, to your right. If you would like to come over and grab one, if you want to sit somewhere, please just don't block the entrance or the exit of the library, but there are chairs if you'd like to come over and grab one. So I'd like to welcome everybody to this evening's regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting on March 8th, 2023. I'd like to go ahead and establish a quorum and call this meeting to order.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nachbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Sarah, I think last time people had a hard time getting in because they didn't realize there were seats available. So if anyone's standing outside and you want to come in, there's lots of seats and lots of space.
Yeah, come on in, folks.
No, you're fine. Thank you. Okay, so while everybody's getting organized, I'll kind of keep things moving along here. I'd like to notify the audience that this open session will be audio taped and streamed. I'd like to remind everybody that the recording of these meetings are available on YouTube. For agenda item C, as we move through the agenda here, to my fellow board members, before I ask for a motion to adopt the agenda, I would like to ask that the motion be to approve the agenda item without agenda item 4H regarding late start, so we all have an opportunity to fill the board vacancy before addressing this very important agenda item. So I'm asking that we would take that agenda item off the agenda for this evening and discuss it at a future meeting. So if I could please ask for a motion to approve the agenda without item 4H.
And Sarah, just for clarification, just to make sure everyone understands, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're not going to try to implement late start next school year.
Correct. It just means that the discussion, we will have a full 5-person board member when we conduct that discussion. We thought that was, I thought that was more appropriate. So may I please receive a motion?
So moved.
Second. Board Clerk Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nachbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
All right. If we could please move along to agenda item D, I'll ask Jack to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Salute and pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag.
All right, thank you. Moving along to agenda item E, these are our student representative, ACT, CSCA comments, Board of Education comments, as well as the superintendent regarding routine campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, any meetings attended, and recent developments. So we'll go ahead and we'll start with you, Jack.
Thank you. I was at UC Berkeley this weekend, and the campus and Telegraph Avenue were overrun by 2,000 high school students dressed in business suits, looking very sharp and professional. They were there for the Berkeley Model United Nations Conference, which is one of the most well-regarded conferences in the nation and one of the largest Model UN conferences in the world. While I was there, I happened to run into the delegation from Carmel High School. Their presence at this prestigious event gave an extremely positive reflection on our school district and our entire community. So thank you and congratulations to our Model UN. At Carmelo, parents will have an opportunity to see their children's progress when they have their open house on April 5th and see the wonderful things their preschoolers have been working on. This week, elementary school parents have also been getting an inside glimpse into their students' school life at elementary parent-teacher conferences. Last week, Tularcitos had a very successful No Screens in Reading Week. They had a great turnout for reading nights and raised a lot of money through their book fair. Celebrating the family, Tularcitos is looking forward to its Bobcat Family Dance on the 28th, and River will have its mother-son family celebration on the 31st. River School will be hosting 4th and 5th grade Captain Cooper students on March 15th for a collaborative cross-school social studies event. And Captain Cooper also has field trips planned to the Monterey Bay Aquarium and the PG Museum of Natural History, as well as a spelling bee coming up on the 17th. Captain Cooper kids are also very excited because on the 13th, NASA astronaut Dan, is coming to talk to the kids. The middle school is having a St. Patrick's Day dance, which you may be able to read about in the next edition of the middle school's brand new school newspaper, The Cougar Catch, which just released its very first edition. It covers news, fashion, sports, school events, book reviews, art, and it has a really funny joke section. We should expect some hard-hitting journalism as the newspaper club has promised to cover both the peaks and valleys of the middle school experience. Carmel Valley High will be going to Fort Ord for a science field trip, and district-wide, the schools have been involved in music events that correspond with Music in Our Schools Month. The district-wide choral festival was last night, and it was amazing at the Sunset Center. The band festival will be on the 28th, and the strings festival on April 5th. In musical theater, the high school production of the operetta Pirates of Penzance starts performances on the 24th, and the middle school has begun auditions for Singing in the Rain. At the high school next week, we have a Battle of the Grades, a grade-level competition that culminates in a school-wide rally and the famous belly flop contest. The district also has been involved in a great program in partnership with the City of Carmel. High school leadership students have been meeting with city officials to prepare for a mock city council meeting that will take place next Wednesday at City Hall. The Carmel students will act as commissioners, council members, and even the mayor to present and decide upon various municipal issues. City officials have been very generous with their time and knowledge for this program, and it provides a fascinating understanding into their work and the dedication they have to our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jack. All right, I'd like to turn it over to our association presidents, and we'll go ahead and start with Bill with the Association of Carmel Teachers.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Bill Schreier, president of the Association of Carmel Teachers, and a few weeks ago it dawned on me that I spent a lot of time over the last 3 years explaining what we don't do, and I thought it would be good to talk about what we do. So bear with me, but before I go there, I know there's an important item on the agenda tonight, and that is to determine who is the next president of the board. And the ACT Executive Board, that's our officers, talked about that, and acting on behalf of the association, we endorse Sarah Hines for that position, so hopefully that'll factor in when you all decide who's going to be the next president. I've already spoken about what an exceptional leader Sarah is, and we need stability and a steady hand right now, and you are it, ma'am. So let me talk to you about what it is we do. And by the way, I saw Emma Brown in here, and really sorry, but I'm on notes, so she's a mock trialer, and that's forbidden, so... and I feel a little nervous. So our mission statement is to support the certificated staff of CUSD in providing the best possible education for our students. That's why we exist. How do we do that? We advocate for our constituents in many areas, including classroom safety, resources, staffing, and compensation. And that last issue is very important so that we can attract and retain the highest qualified staff. In an era when teachers are leaving the profession in droves, it becomes even more important. We provide constituent services to our members as they deal with life's curveballs. This is probably our biggest day-to-day task. During the wildfires and floods, for example, we connected our members to disaster grants provided by CTA and NEA. Those grants helped our teachers alleviate some of the stress that they were experiencing and helped them show up as fully as possible for their students. Our association has been a force of stability and connection in this district. Over the last 8 years, we've had a lot of change, but we haven't changed. And we are connected across sites. Just tonight, we had a general membership meeting, and we welcomed 20 new members into our association, including our school psychologists, our high school athletic director, and after many years of trying, our preschool teachers. And I do want to thank the district for supporting our petition to PERB. It was not contested. We both joined that petition. We have an equity team, which we call Estrenando, which exists to support efforts at inclusion across the district. We have been in operation doing that since 2018. Our equity chair is Veronica Kraft, River School counselor. We also have chairs of our equity subcommittees in the area of human rights, women's rights, and LGBTQ. A week ago, several of us from CHS, CVHS, CMS, and River attended a dinner at Rancho Cielo to celebrate the work of local equity teams, including our own. We recruit and endorse and support candidates for school board, who we believe will set policy to serve all students. We do so after a thorough vetting process, which includes interviews, written questions, and follow-up questions promulgated by members at all sites and grade levels. At the end of March, Holly Letterly will receive the Politics in Action Award from CTA for her efforts as the chair of our Political Action Committee. We collaborate with school board members, district and site administration, and our classified colleagues to resolve issues and institute policies and practices designed to serve all students. We have site representatives whose task it is to create strong relationships with site administrators and to work together to support the faculty, staff, and students at each site. We independently fund training opportunities for our members and also help them connect to other training and conference opportunities. We've had several members receive grants and scholarships to attend training in the areas of equity, special education, leadership, and instruction. For example, Veronica, who I mentioned as the chair of Estrenando, will be at CTA's Equity and Human Rights Conference on a fully funded CTA grant next week. Association members are eligible for numerous CTA benefits, including top quality disability insurance. All of this is provided through CTA, not the district, and it's incumbent on the local chapter, our association, to connect our members to those benefits. Many times that helps them continue serving our students. And as a local chapter of CTA, our members are eligible for scholarships and awards. Several of our constituents' children have benefited from CTA scholarships. And in 2020, CHS's newspaper, The Sandpiper, received CTA's John Sweat Award for Media Excellence. So, you know, I'm up here a lot, but I'm just one member. And I want to acknowledge some of the my colleagues in ACT leadership. So Mark Stafford is our very able vice president. Kathy Truesdale, a former president, is our treasurer. Maybe I'll just read the names so this doesn't go on forever. Lee Canberra is our secretary. Suzanne Martin and Phil Johnston are our CHS site reps. Sarah Greco serves us at CMS. Erin O'Brien is at Tular. Allison Bonin is at River, and Sharon Zarate is at Cooper. We still have to get site reps at our newest site, CCDC. And at the forefront, and they're at the forefront of everything that I mentioned, not just doing their jobs, but also working on these problems day in and day out and forming strong relationships with site administrator. We also have just instituted, because of increasing emphasis on SPED in the district, a SPED advisor who will advise our executive board and help us help the district deal with this huge undertaking that's becoming bigger by the day, and that's Gretchen Abate. So thank you, Gretchen, for stepping into that role. And we have many, many members involved in all kinds of committees, including our PAC, headed by Holly, our bargaining team, headed by Mark, an endorsement committee, headed by Brian Granberry, and our elections committee, headed by Kirk Grail. To sum up, we're 192 members strong. And everything we do is in service of creating the strongest possible schools in this district because we believe in public education. And I'll say that again. We believe in public education, and we do everything we can to support the best possible education for our students. If you ever have any questions about what we stand for and what we do, please come ask. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bill, and thank you so much for all of you that are here tonight. And with that, I'd like to welcome CSCA President Lisa Brazil.
Once again, following Mr. Schreier. I want to begin by thanking all of the teachers who were here tonight. Classified staff often work hand in hand with teachers and supporting them, and we appreciate you very, very much. And I'm really happy to see all of you here in your green shirts. That's awesome. I don't have a ton today. We, like ACT, have expanded our unit recently. We just welcomed in district LVNs, social workers, therapists, and one person who's the assistant to the therapy room. So for the first time in 20 years, our unit has also expanded, and we're very excited to welcome that group into the unit. This last month, I've spent a lot of time talking to members, and I want to tell you that everybody I talked to said there was one comment in common with everybody, and that was how much they love their job. Life's not perfect. Jobs aren't perfect. But everybody, bar none, said, I love my job. Some things go wrong sometimes, but I love what I do, and I'm here for the kids, and that's what counts. And I thought that was something I needed to share with you all. And that came from every site that I spoke at. So other than that, we'll be visiting a bunch of other sites with board members and the superintendent. I would like to invite you to join us. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. We'll move on to any updates or comments from the Board of Education, and we will go ahead and start with you, Mr. Palestrini.
Okay, a couple of thoughts. Whoever's monitoring the Carmel Middle School Cougar Catch newspaper needs to do a pretty good job. I love those little people. I spent 14 years with them down here, and whatever is in here generally comes right out of here. So it's going to be a lot of fun reading that. There's no question about it. So Lisa talks about following Bill. I have the unfortunate position of having to follow Jack, who looks every bit like the professional that maybe I should look like. So it's amazing to me. It really is. I've got a few things. I have watched quite a bit of the sports at the high school here. Watched the girls' final in basketball. Excellent. The boys' final in basketball. The girls' soccer playoff game. And varsity baseball in their first effort at beating SoCal 18-2. That speaks a little bit about how baseball works in Carmel. So anyway, I had the chance to do that, and I've also had an opportunity yesterday, I think it was yesterday. I met with the Carmel High School Public Policy Club, and president and founder Marcus Mishi invited me to speak. And I got to tell you, what a delightful experience that is, bringing back all my days at Carmel High and the kids, and you know how thoughtful they are, and the questioning and the things they're asking, and you know, they're pretty sharp. You got to be pretty straight with those kids, and you got to tell it like it is. So it was, for me, a very rewarding experience. I need to say that. You know, there is, of course, an elephant in the room, and that elephant is the issue we're having with the public perspective on us, the Board of Education. I can't speak for all of them, but I can speak for myself. We got a situation that has kind of gotten away from us, no question about it. If there was a board member up here that should have been a little more attuned to all of this, it would be me. I've been on this board 12 years, 25 years as a principal, and I don't know, I'm disappointed in my own, lack of questioning and follow through. So one of the things I think it's important to remember is there's all these organizations. There's CSEA, California School Employees, and Lisa just talked about that. There's ACT, that's California Teachers Association. We are California School Board, CSBA, but the one that I spent most of my time with is AXA, and that is the Association of California School Administrators. And I noticed something here in their recommendations because it's the smallest of the groups because there's not that many administrators. And of course, there's a lot of classified and all of that. But I think one of the things that we might have missed from them, it is so important to remember we are dealing with human lives and our colleagues have earned respect. Understand how emotional it can be to be told that you're demoted, reassigned, or terminated, or that your job is being changed. Here's the salient point. How that message is delivered speaks volumes for the culture of the district. Kind of says it. It really does. And it doesn't mean you don't make hard decisions. You have to make them. But I think that's part A. Part B is how do you do that and do it with the right level of dignity and respect. So I'm going to go ahead and conclude with that. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Carl. Seabury?
Yeah, I had I think I was trying to figure out what I wanted to say tonight following last board meeting. And the one thing that stuck out to me very glaringly at the last board meeting was that obviously there were a lot of opinions and suggestions and different voices. And I just want to make it clear that I was so impressed with how many people stood up and spoke, that people were rallying for whatever side you're on. It doesn't matter. But to me, this was the perfect example of democracy, that we are showing that we can have different points of view and express those opinions, but say it in a way that's respectful and civil. And that really came through to me at the last board meeting. I really felt like that was very clear, that there were a lot of people that were very upset about one side or the other, but we treated each other respectfully. And discourse is good. I mean, having debate and conversation with one another, I mean, this is what our nation needs to have more of, is we're so divided now. And I'm very grateful that our district pulled together and came and expressed your heartfelt, your passionate feelings, but we did it with civility and we didn't get mad at one another. We listened to one another. So thank you to everyone that continues to express your opinions and your concerns and your voices. And as Sarah likes to say very often, we hear them. We're listening. I promise you we're listening. This is why you put us in this position. So in addition to that, I also thought, similar to what Carl was saying, that there's a lot of good happening in our district still. I know it doesn't seem like that, and there's a lot of difficult situations that we're all dealing with, but kids are still doing great stuff at all of the sites. And I decided that I think it's important to continue to highlight the good work that our students are doing. And being the environmental person that I am, I reached out to the two environmental clubs at the middle school and the high school, and I asked them for updates. And so I thought this would be a nice way to let everyone know about some of the good work that we're doing in terms of environmental sustainability. So at the Carmel Middle School Environmental Club, the club is working on informing others on waste reduction and composting. But they need more food waste bins on campus, Mr. Morgan. And then the eco-literacy class is making compost containers for home, so that the students are making them and sending them home. And for the Carmel High School Environmental Club, they were able to educate the entire student body on compost and started a compost collection system on campus. And this is because of this new law that's in place now where this district has to compost. In the APES and Environmental Club, they collaborated with California State Parks. Luckily for me, my son and my daughter were both a part of that. And they removed ice plant and planted over 2,000 native plants and restored about 5,500 square feet of dunes along River State Beach. So cool. And then the last thing is there's a newly established choral club because our corals are in decline and being threatened by climate change. And in December, the students there made presentations to the kids at River School to educate the students about the human impact of human activities and how a changing earth is impacting our coral reefs. So lots of good stuff being done. So keep that in mind as well.
Thank you so much, Seabury. Anne Marie?
Thank you. I've been going to a lot of career tech ed meetings and a lot of community human services meetings. I've got some posters that I have unfortunately got very wet for some reason in the rain. So that's for arts and media, ag and natural resources, construction and engineering, culinary arts, health sciences and medical tech, and so many others. There's $2,000 in prizes available to anyone who wants to enter into their contest. And I have got the QR code right here, so I will be passing these along. And then there's the Mission Trails ROP is having an open house on Thursday the 16th from 6 to 8 p.m. for those people who are interested. Career Tech Ed is one of those wonderful areas where it spans those kids who are looking at careers and those kids who are looking at going into colleges as well. And it sort of meets both of their needs. It provides a great deal of foundational work. And so the kids can really have a well-rounded resume when they're either looking to go on to a career or they're looking to enhance their academic resume. So that's been amazing. I've gone and seen a couple of their sites. Soledad, I've been to Central Coast High School and the new $40 million building that they just put up down in King City for ag tech. It is absolutely amazing what they're doing. The kids have a point of sale spot right on campus where they are actually growing their own flowers, they're arranging them, and they are selling them to local community members. So and all the funds come back to them, and it's this nice cycle that is going on there. So it's been wonderful to see that, and it's been very refreshing. And Carl knows that it's sort of been an uphill battle to keep going, but we're working on that most definitely. I was passed this along by a mentor of mine. It says why I serve on a school board, and I thought that it was sort of timely. I believe that a free and public educational system is the foundation of our society and of our country. A quality and appropriate education is the right of all children, regardless of age, sex, race, political, or religious persuasion. I believe that leadership is action, not position. A government by the people, for the people, and of the people demands my participation. I'm a member of the leadership governance team. I accept this opportunity to serve, and I can choose leadership or fault finding. I choose leadership. While I hold a political office, I choose not to be a political animal. Financial contributions are indicators of support, not future payments for actions or votes. My personal ethics require me to remove myself from actual or perceived issues of conflict of interest. I will not allow myself or my family to financially benefit in any way from my service. I seek to serve and not be served. Personal friendships or prejudices will not control my decision-making. All decisions I make and all votes that I cast will be based on the long-term best interests of all the children of my district. A legacy of leadership is my goal, not immediate headlines or notoriety. My decisions will impact our schools and children for decades to come. I strive to have clear vision and clarity in my leadership. What is popular is not always right, and what is right is not always popular. I will seek to do the right thing regardless of the consequences. Honesty and integrity are my goals in governance. It is an honor to accept the public's trust and to serve the community, children of my community. I will strive to be the kind of leader my children would be proud of, the kind of leader I would vote for, and an elected official who earns the respect of the public. And this was put out by Molly McGee in 2000. She is a great leader and spokesperson for school boards. She served long-term school board member and now goes around and does public speaking for school board members. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, I wanted to give a quick update. I think during the last meeting, I mentioned that a few Board of Education members had attended some listening sessions at some sites. And I wanted to follow up with that the board would like to continue doing those listening sessions. So please stay tuned for when a board member will be coming to your site. So we'll continue talking through that. I also wanted to thank Seabury and Carl and Jack for noting all of the good that's going on in our district, because there is so much good happening across all of our sites, all corners of our sites and all corners of our district. So thank you so much for highlighting that. And I hope to get back to having more community members present at our board meetings for how they are engaging with our district. A couple meetings ago, I had Marvin Biasotti and Graham Robertson talk about the Carmel High School Foundation, and I think it was a great opportunity for us to learn how much they're giving to our students. And I'm looking forward to the leadership of Carmel by the Sea coming and talking to our board regarding how they're engaging with our students after they go ahead and do the mock city council meeting. So I think that'll be fantastic, and I hope to continue to have speakers present to us so we can really get the full pulse of the engagement that's going on in our community, because it is so incredibly rich. I would also like to thank Bill Schreier and Lisa Brazil for everything that they do for their organizations. Thank you constantly for the words of encouragement and kindness that you provide us with at the meetings. I would like to thank everybody who's here at the meeting today, whether you're classified or certificated. When I look out at all of your faces, I am reminded, and my heart, swells, because all of you spend more time with our kids, our students, than we do at home with them. So thank you for spending time with them and educating them and making them incredible people. And I'm really, really happy to see all of you here this evening. So thank you so much. I know you've had a long day, so thank you for being here. Lastly, I would like to congratulate Carmel River School on a successful father-daughter family dance. It was an incredible event. I know Jack mentioned that the mother-son family carnival is coming up. And I know Tularcitos has their family dance. So I love to see and feel all of this community engagement at our sites. So thank you for noting that, Jack, and well done, River School, for planning that amazing event. And I know there's more to come. And with that, I will go ahead and end this portion of our Board of Education updates. And I'll pass it on to you, Dr. Knight.
Yeah, great things going on in the district indeed. I want to start by congratulating our Carmel High School mock trial team and coach sponsor Bill Schreier. The team will be competing in the state championship competition next weekend in LA, and I can't wait to go down there and see them in action. Also want to acknowledge our students and staff who participated in the District Choral Festival last night down at Sunset Center. It was a packed house. Our students did a wonderful job thanks to the hard work of our performing arts staff. I also want to publicly congratulate our Chief Communications Officer, Jessica Hull. You may or may not know that Jessica is the president of the California Association of Public Relations, and at their recent annual conference, Jessica brought home 3 awards to CUSD for her work. One for transparency in our Word on the Street webpage, another for the work on our strategic direction and the document she produced for that, and then finally for our 21-22 COVID information and the safety information flyer. So congratulations to her. It's good to bring those awards home. I want to thank directors Cassandra Zizkind and Steve Gonzalez for their work with the mental health counselor retreat today. I was able to stop over here at the middle school and see them. Very important, integral staff members in our school district, and it was nice to see them get the time that they needed to plan for the mental health needs of our students. And I got nothing but positive feedback on how much they appreciated having some time to come together and talk about the important work that they do. I want to thank Yvonne and her team in the business office, as well as Craig Chavez and the HR team, and Jessica Hull for their work budget roadshow. We're getting out into schools, sharing with staff exactly where we are with the budget, and taking input on how we create the budget for next year. We want to make sure that we are putting forth to the Board of Education a budget that signifies what it is that our educators and staff feel is most important for our students. I want to publicly welcome Yvonne Glenn. She is our new Director of College and Career Readiness. This is a grant-funded position, and it's shared with Monterey Peninsula College and other surrounding school districts. Yvonne was brought in to help us align the work we're doing to make sure that all of our students graduate college and career ready. She's already having a huge impact on our students and has hopped right in working with staff to improve many of the processes we have. And then finally, I want to thank Drs. Reb Close and Casey Grover, as well as Krista Rother, for their presentation this week on drugs and alcohol in the community. We did this in person a month or two ago, and we did a Zoom meeting on Monday. Great information for parents out there, especially on the fentanyl crisis right now. The recording of this presentation will be on the website later this week, so if you weren't able to catch us live a couple months ago or watch the Zoom, please look for that and watch that. It gives you some great tips for how to talk to your children and just some really good awareness of what's going on out there in our community. So thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. We'll move on to agenda item F. This is public comment on non-agendized open session and closed session items. So this is where members of the public, many of you are familiar with this process, may address the board regarding items on the open session agenda or topics within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda at this time this evening. Where the board has agendized a separate public hearing as part of the meeting, the public will have an opportunity to comment on that topic during the public hearing. And this evening, we do not have a public hearing. As mentioned before, and I really wanted to make emphasis of this because I believe that as we started public comment during the last meeting, many of you stood up and told very emotional and personal stories. So I do want to remind the public that not only is this being live streamed and recorded, but it will be posted on the district's YouTube channel. So please be aware that it will be posted. The board is committed to maintaining a respectful and productive environment that fosters a culture of civility, where our staff, our community, and the board all feel safe to express themselves. And I echo Seabury's comments about the last public comment session at the last board meeting. I am so proud of everybody in this room that we can sit here and have public discord and healthy debate and conversation. As Seabury mentioned, that's exactly what public comment is for. And we hear you, and we appreciate you being here with us this evening. So the board will now welcome your comments and request that you express yourself accordingly. So with that, I'll start with public comment number 61.
Hello. I'm so excited to get to be first. I got here early because I wanted the best seat in the house back there. My name is Laura Dunn. I'm the Director of Child Development Programs for the Carmel Unified School District. I see lots of familiar faces. It's really fun to see everybody. I'm going to make this short, but I just felt like I really needed to express my own feelings about things. Laura Dunn, I've worked for the district for over 25 years. I had my two children go through Carmelo all the way through Carmel High, and I love this district. It's my home. So anyway, I really want to express my appreciation to the board and for all your strength. I know this isn't an easy job, and ask the parents and you to really support our administration. I don't need to remind everybody how many different administrators we have as a community chewed through, and that has a big impact on us who work for the district as well. Ted and his current administration, they are most genuinely supportive administration that I have had the pleasure to work with, really honestly. Ted is the kind of leader we really need. And he's taken time to come to my office and sit with me, find out what my thoughts are, what our program needs, how he can support our continued growth so that we can better serve our community, our children. you know, when it comes down to each decision, he always asks, what is best for the children? Always. He trusts that I am a professional and that I am an expert on child development. He doesn't try to tell me how he thinks I need to do my job. He respects his team and he supports them. So I just wanted you to know that. And I want to show my support for this administration and for Ted and the district and ask for to show them the respect that they deserve. Thank you. And thank you all.
Thank you so much. Number 62.
My name is Heather Lyons. I'm reading this on behalf of our lawyer. This office represents the Association of Carmel School Administrators and its member Jonathan Lyons, principal of Carmel High School. And I'm writing to request that in light of recent events, the board reconsider its decision to release and reassign Mr. Lyons. Mr. Lyons has been placed on administrative leave since December 16, 2022, pending an investigation which he has fully participated but now finds himself accused of apparently serious but unexplained to him misdeeds in the public eye. Instead of giving him an opportunity to confront these allegations, if any there be, the board has chosen to release Mr. Lyons based on an as-yet unsupported supposition that may in fact ruin his career by innuendo. While there are legal remedies for that circumstance, Mr. Lyons is far more interested in reestablishing his good name in the town and district. The discretion of the public body can be shown to have been abused when reliance is placed on undemonstrated, unreliable, and under-investigated allegations, which we believe is the case here. While Mr. Lyons has no idea what the superintendent was referring to when he issued a press release strongly implying criminal conduct in the first instance without ever confronting Mr. Lyons with any allegation, not to mention giving Mr. Lyons an opportunity to respond to whatever the accusations were, we submit that there was not evidence on which the board should have acted. Mr. Lyons vigorously denies engaging in any behavior that can be considered criminal or criminally negligent in his administration of Carmel High School. He was aware at the time he assumed the principalship that the school and the district had a reputation for turning a blind eye to some allegations of the bullying and sexual harassment of students by their classmates, and has devoted himself to dealing with such instances personally when they have been brought to his attention. Indeed, the very instance which was raised in the investigation in which Mr. Lyons participated after he was put on leave, which involved only one instance, not a pattern of misconduct, as the superintendent alleged in the press release, was one in which, after being informed that two students appeared to be bullying each other, Mr. Lyons took it upon himself to address the situation personally with the students. Yet Mr. Lyons finds himself being subjected to unexplained charges solely in the media, which the board has essentially not allowed him to confront, much less respond. In Mr. Lyons' case, the method chosen by the superintendent for release and reassignment with the apparent endorsement of the board has condemned Mr. Lyons to seek work with unexplained and uninvestigated inference of criminal behavior hanging over his head. Already, prospective employers, alarmed by the Google reports that they have reviewed concerning Mr. Lyons, have ceased discussions about employing him when he has been unable to explain what the superintendent meant or why the board reacted as it did. Literally, the press release implies to the average person that Mr. Lyons is unfit for his profession, and all of this over possible matters about which Mr. Lyons has not been given any information, not to mention an opportunity to reply. Bring on the allegations, if any exist, while he remains on administrative leave. Mr. Lyons is certain that once revealed, the mysterious allegations will have no substance, and the community will be reassured of his own integrity and the board's commitment to the fair treatment of its administrators. Signed, Barry Bennett. On a side note, it's really unfair what you guys are doing to my kids because they have no idea what's happening next year, and they're having panic attacks all the time. Thank you, Ted Knight.
Thank you. Number 63, please.
Kind of give a glimpse why I married her, huh? I love my wife deeply. Just got to put that in there. Carl used an interesting word in that AXA breakdown, the word compassion. I thought that was interesting because we talk a lot about compassion in this district. It's a word that we use a lot. And I'm going to be honest, I haven't felt much of it lately. I haven't felt a ton of compassion. Bill got up here and he spoke eloquently about the role that ACT plays in supporting teachers and the role that CSEA, Lisa said, about supporting you as classified. And I want you to put yourselves in my shoes for a minute. If your supervisor came to you on a Friday afternoon and walked you off campus and you sat at home for a month and a half without knowing what you had done, without an understanding of what you might have caused harm to students that you have devoted your life to. Put yourselves in my shoes for a second and see what I've been experiencing. Bill talked a lot about the role that ACT reps play. We all are familiar with the FRISC process. It's the California standard for how we do educational discipline. It is the industry standard. It's what we learn. It's Admin 101, progressive discipline. How can someone improve if they don't know what they did wrong? 3 months later, I'm still here asking the same question. I was interviewed one time. Last month, I stood up here and I begged. Some in the paper said I groveled for my job. And I did that because I love this job. You guys talk about all the great things that's happening in these schools. I have missed that, all of those. I missed an entire sports season, sitting at home, wondering what I did wrong. Anne Marie, you talk about actions, not words, make leadership. How can we make a decision when the one person who's affected by the decision hasn't been talked to, except for one 60-minute interview by an investigator? I assume you have documents. I haven't seen them. I know that they're not going to be public, but I should be able to see them. If they're in my personnel file, which they can't be put in there without my permit, without my knowledge, but if they are, I'm assuming you've seen them. If there are no documents, what are we basing our decision making on? I would never have been able to do that if it had been a teacher or a classified employee. I would have never been able to discipline somebody without some understanding of what I could do to improve. I just want the chance to improve. I want the chance to go back home. I want the chance to work with these amazing men and women and work with young men and women at the high school and build those career technical education programs that you all want and build those pathways to success and celebrate our students and support them. I want all of that. I just want the chance. And I know that you have a tough call, but as you said, that's why you sit here. But compassion also means the ability to look critically at the decision that we make and make a different one. We can do that. We can make a different decision. I'm here. I'll talk to you anytime you want. I promise. I just want to go home. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much. Number 64, please.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Sharon Setliff, and I'm a Carmel Valley native, and I began my experience with Carmel Unified when I entered kindergarten at Tulorcito School. My children attended Carmel Unified, and my grandchild is currently attending. I've been an employee of the district for 31 years. I've served as union secretary and negotiator over a decade, and I've worked with 9 superintendents, and unfortunately, most of them have been in the last 8 years. I'm sharing my background with you because I want you to understand that my perspective does not come from misinformation or social media. My perspective comes from 3 generations of students over 3 decades of employment working within this district. When my nephew attended middle school, Carl, you were the principal. My nephew was relentlessly harassed in the boys' locker room daily by students who perceived him as being too feminine. And when I went to you, Carl, to report the issue and ask for a solution, your response to me was, quote, "Boys will be boys." You brushed off the bullying behavior and did absolutely nothing. During my 13 years at Carmel Valley High, many of the students who transferred from Carmel didn't leave because of discipline issues or poor grades. They left because the social climate at Carmel High was unbearable. So when Dr. Knight says our district has been plagued with a longstanding systemic issue of failure in both the reporting and investigation of complaints, it's true. I have personally and professionally experienced it, and our sitting board member was part of the culture of acceptance and lack of follow-through during his tenure at Carmel Middle and Carmel High. Anne-Marie Rosen is the only board member who has publicly and directly addressed the Carmel High investigation and expressed her support of Dr. Knight. It's time the rest of the board publicly acknowledge that Carmel High has a long-standing issue with sexual harassment, bullying, and discrimination, and that site administration has a history of ignoring the issues. It's time to support this long overdue investigation of Carmel High and take ownership of your decision to release Mr. Lyons from his current position. No institution can survive without consistent leadership, and the board has robbed our district of leadership and crippled our ability to thrive for almost a decade. You spent a lot of taxpayer money for a nationwide superintendent search again, and along with a diverse interview panel, selected Dr. Knight over 28 other candidates. I'm asking this board to stop pandering again and again to a small fraction of complaints. Please stop the revolving door of superintendents and publicly support Dr. Knight so he can continue to evaluate and approve all programs of our district and implement systems that will move this district forward in a positive way to best serve our students, staff, and community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 65, please.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Edwards, and I'm a parent in the district and a graduate of Carmel River School, Carmel Middle School, and Carmel High School. I'm here tonight to speak in support of public education. Public education is currently under attack across the country, and public education is under attack here in Carmel Unified School District. Every child in our district has a right to be educated, to feel safe, and to thrive regardless of race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or gender identity. I have attended the past 2 board meetings, and I'm witnessing 2 major issues. The first issue is ignoring sexual harassment claims by students in our district. At the last meeting, a young woman, a recent graduate of CHS, stood up and had the courage to discuss sexual misconduct that was reported at the high school, and nothing was done about it. She spoke about her friend who experienced the abuse and how it led to further issues in her life when her claims were ignored. This is not okay. We must do better. I want to thank the current board and our superintendent, Ted Knight, for making it clear that we will not continue to operate in this manner. We must do better. I believe that this board, the superintendent have begun to do this work. Change is not easy, but we must remain committed for our children and for our future. The second issue that I am witnessing are parents in the district who do not feel comfortable with the reality that there are LGBTQ+ students in our schools. There have always been LGBTQ+ students, and there always will be. These children have a right to be here, to be safe, and to be educated. According to the Trevor Project, LGBTQ+ students are 4 times more likely to attempt suicide than their peers. These children are placed at a higher risk of suicide because of how they are mistreated and stigmatized by society. We cannot afford to let this happen in CUSD. There have been attacks on Instagram against a club called Be Yourself. This is not okay. There are calls for banning books in our libraries and public attacks on students and staff who support this group. Again, this is not okay. I'm really grateful to have come home and decided to raise my family in my hometown. We have wonderful teachers and staff in this district. We have a school board and a superintendent who are dedicated to the education and safety of our students. Again, I'm here to support public education, and I'm here to ensure that Carmel Unified School District is a safe and welcoming place for every child to be educated and to thrive.
Thank you so much. Number 66, please.
Good evening. My name is Christina Bell. I'm a mom. I'm a feminist, and I'm an LGBTQ plus ally. I would like to take a moment to provide some context as to why so many of us are here tonight advocating for LGBTQ rights and defending public education. Across the nation, people are focused on changing school boards in order to serve their political agenda, to abolish sex education in schools, to ban books, and to make our schools less inclusive to LGBTQ students. Carmel is no different. The loudest people who are advocating for Dr. Knight's removal over the Lyons case are doing so because he upholds the federal rights of all students. This is not merely conjecture. Online, these parents have verbally attacked the Be Yourself Club, various teachers, all gender restrooms, the use of pronouns, trans rights, and one parent physically showed up to a meeting of the Be Yourself Club and stood in the classroom the entire time students watched an LGBTQ show. These are issues I am deeply concerned about because I, for one, will not tolerate bullying or hate speech in any form towards any student, staff member, or parent. I know some of you are unhappy with John Lyons' firing and also believe that our school district should thrive on love and not hate. I completely understand. His firing was sudden and jarring, and the allegations against him are necessarily vague. But we do know why he was let go. According to an email from Dr. Knight to the entire district, Mr. Lyons was released from his current administrative role as a result of multiple serious allegations of mishandling complaints of misconduct because of his failure to respond to and report the conduct of others. I would absolutely expect any superintendent and school board to fire an administrator who repeatedly refuses to handle sexual harassment and misconduct claims properly. To parents and teachers, I understand that this uproar over John Lyons is being led by people who have a larger and toxic political agenda. Let's be patient as the investigations resolve. To the board, we democratically elected you to handle confidential situations like this, so thank you for protecting our kids. Dr. Knight, thank you for standing up for all students and standing up to the hate in our community. As you search for a new board member, I urge you to appoint someone who firmly believes in public education and will hold the lines against hate as you continue to support all staff and students. I believe in public education. I believe in our community to come together in love, and I believe in Dr. Knight and this board to continue making our schools a safe place for all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 67.
Good evening. I'm a parent in the district. I'm concerned about the recent board actions surrounding the high school principal. I'm speaking in support of reinstating Principal John Lyons and the board's obligations. Curiouser and curiouser, a recent news editorial states, a mystery, as another article summarizes. A letter from the lawyer for John Lyons raises the question of what exactly is going on. From the most recent Carmel Pine Cone, Lyons, quote, finds himself accused of apparently serious but unexplained to him misdeeds in the public eye, unquote. Instead of giving him an opportunity to confront these allegations, if any there be, the board has chosen to release Mr. Lyons based on as yet unsupported supposition that may in fact ruin his career by innuendo, unquote. The letter continues, Knight's public statements and the resulting news reports have also made it impossible for Lyons to find work elsewhere. Per the Pinecone, the board has some questions too. Board member Hines, quote, also reaffirmed the board's decision to retain an independent external consultant to conduct a review of the superintendent's actions in relation to recent personal matters, unquote. So the district has 2 administrative staff being investigated regarding the handling of harassment claims. I'm not suggesting that the superintendent be subject to the same condemnation and judgment as Mr. Lyons has had to endure, but why hasn't Mr. Knight been reassigned pending his investigation? Why is Mr. Knight still visiting school campuses, conducting interviews of students and faculty along with his HR head? Why are many faculty asking that the superintendent be excluded from their meetings? Is the superintendent under review or investigation? A mystery indeed. Regarding the superintendent investigation, board member Hines is quoted in the Pine Cone, quote, additional information about the review and any other steps the board might take will be discussed at its next meeting, March 8th. That would be tonight. I'm hopeful that the board will see fit to exercise its duties and ensure accountability to the public. I'm hopeful that the board will give us an additional information tonight. I'm hoping that John Lyons is reinstated or Superintendent Knight is reassigned. It would go a long way towards lifting the fog of mystery surrounding how John Lyons is being treated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 68, please.
Hi, Bobby Pfeiffer here. I do not have a prepared speech. I would like to thank Ted and Sharon for acknowledging having received the feedback that I provided to them on behalf of the community. I'm from Bulgaria, and my education did not look what we see here, what my kids are receiving right now. And I can tell you that we have something incredible. I want to be positive tonight, and I want to try to examine what does public education means. I think that it's a very simple concept, and we kind of forget what that means. Public means for everybody, and education means enlightenment in many ways. And I think that we all agree that inclusive means for everybody, and that means that public education is by definition inclusive. We have to work to maintain that or sustain that. It's not a given. I think that a lot of people mentioned vulnerable groups in our community, vulnerable students, and I think that we should focus on that. Those kids fall through the cracks. And brown kids, black kids, gay kids, trans kids fall through the cracks. We don't pay attention when we forget to pay attention. We have to always be vigilant about the vulnerability of those groups. And for what it's worth, while I'm here and I have kids in this community, there will be no book banning. There will be no attacks from hate groups on our students. And I will do my best and to protect them and to love them and to work with you to sustain public education. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 69, please.
Thank you. Sorry, my hair's crazy right now. My name's Gwen McCall. I have 2 daughters at the high school. And I just wanted to come up here and thank you all, the board and Ted, and I'm happy to thank all the teachers and other administrators who are here for your service to this community. Hemingway said that true courage is grace under pressure. And I feel that you have shown grace under pressure time and time again. And I thank you. I've been to a number of these meetings now, and it's been very educational. I've only been in the district with my family for a few years. We moved here from Los Angeles, where my kids went to independent schools. They were amazing schools. They were progressive in the John Dewey sense of the word. They were inclusive, and they were very expensive. When we decided to leave LA in 2019, we knew we wanted to land somewhere with excellent public schools, and we believe we have found them here in Carmel. As a new family, we were welcomed and supported by the district, who assigned us a terrific mentor family. And as my girls tried to find their footing in their new surroundings, made much more difficult by COVID, they were supported by the amazing teachers and staff at their new schools. Miss Magretta and the teachers at CMS went above and beyond when my younger daughter struggled with some very serious mental health issues. Ms. Von Ruden and the incredible teachers at the high school helped my older daughter navigate and thrive, even though they had only met her online. My husband and I feel so lucky to be a part of this district and this community. I believe in the power of a good education, and I believe in public education. I believe every child has a right to a good education, and I believe they have a right to feel safe and supported at school. I am an ally of the LGBTQ+ community. I strongly believe in the separation of church and state. I think having access to comprehensive sex education is extremely important, and I do not support banning any books. I believe in the power of love and kindness. I think we can have our differences and still get along. Sorry, I'm getting a little. And even if we can't get along, we should still be able to come together and do what is right for our children, for all children, every single one. This community feels fractured to me. There's a lot of confusion, there's pain, there's anger, there's fear, there's misinformation, there are lies and gossip, there's intimidation and bullying, and quite frankly, there is hate. But we can heal. We should heal. This is a fantastic community. I've met so many wonderful people. I have a lot of friends who are teachers in the district. We should take a collective breath, and trust the process and really listen to one another and be very thoughtful with our words. We need to be adults, kind and loving adults, and we need to put our children, all children, first. So let's let Ted and the board do their jobs. Let's be patient as we wait for more information. They are not perfect. I'm not perfect, and I'm pretty sure none of you are either. So breathe and trust the process, and like it says at the front of the school here, always choose kindness. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 70.
Good evening. My name is Rod Matthews, and I'm here in support of John Lyons. I'd like to comment from the perspectives of a parent and as a business executive. First, I'm here as the parent of two seniors at Carmel High School. I see many of their outstanding teachers here in the audience tonight. I've volunteered on multiple committees at the high school and for the district, and I've served as the treasurer of the Carmel High School Padre Parents Club. I've gotten to know John Lyons as a man of integrity who is highly committed to our students, the faculty and staff, and the community. He's always been focused on creating an inclusive and safe environment for everyone on campus. John has spent countless hours in the evenings and on weekends at sporting events, music concerts, drama performances, and other events at the school. His kids even participate in some of those events, but he's there for the others too. John and I used to joke that he never went home. Many of us have heard his heartfelt comments at the last board meeting and at this one, and those reflect how he has performed his duties during his tenure. I don't think you can find someone who cares more about the school and the students, even after this ordeal that he's been subjected to. I also want to comment based on my training and experience as a leader. I'm currently the president and CEO of a company with employees all over the world. I have deep experience in dealing with complex employment issues, and I've had the benefit of good board and legal counsel along the way. This particular issue with John Lyons has been handled poorly from the start. There's usually a fairly bright line for fireable offenses, and this clearly did not cross that line since John is still an employee of the district. Publicly placing someone on administrative leave and then not interviewing them for a month and a half is certainly not best practice. The superintendent's public comments and memos regarding John's employment situation have resulted in rampant speculation, public outrage, and persistent press coverage. These communications are inexcusable, as the generally accepted practice would be to make no comment of any kind to anyone. The written and verbal statements by the superintendent are nothing short of a career and character assassination. And they will unfortunately live on Google forever. As a result of multiple missteps combined with bad judgment, irreparable harm has been done to John's career and future job prospects. His simple plea is just to be reinstated to the job he loves and plan to do for the rest of his career. You, the elected members of our Board of Education, each have the difficult and thankless job of governing our school district. You also have the power to bring this to a quick and orderly conclusion. My request as a parent and a taxpayer is for the board to avoid what appears to be a justified and costly lawsuit, carefully reconsider the superintendent's decision, and reinstate John Lyons along with a public apology that will also live in Google forever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Number 71, please.
Hi, my name's Carly Barnett, and I am a teacher at Carmel High School. I'm a terrible public speaker. It's terrifying, but I need to speak. I was really disappointed that I didn't speak at the last meeting, so I want to make sure that I speak now. Since John Lyons was put on leave in December, our school has been falling apart. In the 17 years that I've been here, I have never seen the morale so low. Many of us feel angry, resentful, isolated, and unsafe. People are not speaking up because they're worried about retaliation, but I can assure you that people are feeling the lack of district support and have lost complete faith in our superintendent. Bullying and threatening people into silence doesn't make for a good leader. A good leader is someone who can communicate fairly, is a problem solver, is rational, reasonable, objective, and fair. We had that years ago with Marvin Biasotti in charge, but we haven't had it since. We need to find that again. What we don't need is a leader who is so offended by criticism that he lashes out, attacks others, and threatens them with litigation. The way that the situation with John was handled was shocking, appalling, and heart-wrenching. One thing from all of this is very clear. The new district leaders do not in any way understand our school culture. We do not function like a big corporation who gains its power through hostile takeovers and the use of fear tactics. We are a cohesive team, or at least we used to be. And the reason we have always been so successful at what we do is because we trust each other and we treat each other with respect. Unfortunately, we are not seeing this from our current leadership, and it is affecting all of us. We have become divisive and distrustful even of each other. It is affecting our students. Our students love Mr. Lyons. They respect him, they trust him, they feel comfortable talking to him about issues, they joke around, they laugh with him. They're really struggling right now with this loss. We've also been informed that because John is gone, the district office will be in charge of making the master schedule for the upcoming school year. I fear that this is a disaster waiting to happen. The new hires in charge of the master schedule do not know our school culture, and without a solid and well thought out schedule created by someone who knows what our population needs, we are going to be thrown into even more chaos, and our morale will continue to disintegrate. We need for John to return. We need stability. We need his support, his leadership, his knowledge of the master schedule, his vision. We also really need to take a closer look at our current district leadership. Do they truly reflect our beliefs and our vision? Are they supporting us or are they destroying us? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 72, please.
Hi, Randall Frederick. First, I support the board. We elected you. You're smart. You're working hard, and it's a really hard job. I also want to support Sarah Hines for president, and I'm looking forward to hearing how we're going to fill the seat, the open seat. I think everyone's doing so much better job. I really appreciate it of just being civil with each other. I do want to say bullying and sexual harassment is not new to our school or any school. It's been around. I challenge any parent to remember what it was like when they were in school. My family moved 6 times when I was growing up. East Coast, West Coast, Southern California. It sounded just like this. This is not, a new problem, and it's not our problem. It's silly to think that we are kind of unique in this, but times have changed, and being a principal must be incredibly hard. We need to give ourselves some credit for doing this work, though. I know calling it out and doing it, it's going to take time, but it's happening, all around the country. If John has not done anything illegal or unethical, I feel he should be reinstated, and the administration needs to help him do a better job. That's what leaders do. I think that the supervisor can help the district by doing less press releases. No comment is an acceptable response. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 73.
All right, that's me. Thank you to the board for opening up this time for us. My name is Adam Richards. I'm a parent in the district, and I'm part of the workforce down at MOT. Please, when I'm finished, hold your applause. Excuse me. I told the story a couple of times this year already, and I'm happy to tell it again today. I'm the brother of two sisters, one who lives in Abilene, Texas, and the other in Bangkok, Thailand. Both married, both got two kids. December of 2021 was the last time they all got to visit. I love my family very much. During that 2021 Christmas season, I had the realization that when we're living life together, my family empowers me. And the reason for this is because I'm the best version of myself when I'm surrounded by people who have like-minded goals. Now, this is a true definition of the word community, a sense of fellowship as a result of sharing common goals. On August 2nd last year, our whole team here at CUSD got together up at the high school to greet one another after summer break and to kick off another school year. I was excited, but not particularly stoked to be there, but it got me out of the shop and I got a free breakfast, so I was happy. And then Ted started to talk, and I have absolutely no recollection of what you said. But as you began to speak, I remembered that 2021 Christmas I had with my family. I remembered the sense of community I cherish and long for when they're away. And I started to feel that same sense of community within the Carmel Unified School District for the first time in my 5 years here. The reason I felt this then and now is because we have a leader who helped me identify my goals and also one who shares those goals with us. To get these kids to school, to educate, to create better citizens of the world. Still got 52 seconds. I'm not sure exactly when, but sometime between August 2nd and today, the door to my community was open to you. And some of us here don't feel that same way, and that's okay. But it might be time to start greasing the hinges. That's it.
Thank you so much. Number 74, please. Is there a number 75? Four or five? Okay, thanks, sorry.
Hi, my name is Shelley, and I have two students who attend Carmel District Schools, and I support public education, and I support our teachers and staff. The last email from the school board indicated that they decided to retain an independent external consultant to conduct a review of Superintendent Ted Knight's actions in relation to recent personnel matters. It said, quote, further information about this review and any other steps the board may take will be part of the next board meeting on March 8th, unquote. Today is March 8th. Today is the day we are supposed to receive further information about that review. But where is the further information? What are the next steps going to be? I hope we're going to learn more about that tonight. There are many unanswered questions about this review. The review will only be as good as the reviewers and the parameters of the review. Who are these third-party consultants and what are their qualifications? If they find Ted Knight has acted inappropriately, what will happen then? If they determine he has acted appropriately, then what? Will he remain in his position, continuing to act as he has? Why has he not been put on leave while under investigation? And why does he get to make decisions on CUSD's behalf while under investigation? For these reviewers, will it be okay that Knight publicly made comments that misled people? Like when Ted Knight sent a press release email to our district using language that led people to mistakenly believe our high school principal, John Lyons, was under criminal investigation, which he was not. Or like when Ted Knight made public comment to be published in the newspaper that River School principal Mr. Martin knew that an employee transferred to his school had sexual harassment allegations, when in fact Mr. Martin did not know. Or like when Ted Knight said in an interview that was aired on the news that parents that commented at a meeting were attacking and denigrating public education, when in fact they are just concerned parents trying to keep the integrity of public schools and preserve the excellent education this district provides. I've heard board members at these meetings say that the children are watching. Yes, the children are watching. They are watching this dysfunction at the expense of their academic education. They are watching a once good district crumble at the helm of divisive leadership. They are watching the superintendent negatively misrepresent their principals and their parents. Due to Ted Knight's actions, many no longer trust what he says, nor no longer trust what he does. The results of an independent review will not change that. Board members, thank you for your service and commitment. But I ask you, can our district operate and be successful in the future when so many staff and parents and community members no longer have trust in their superintendent? And a side note, congratulations to Jessica Hall, our communications director, for the transparency for the word on the street on our website. Although I've wondered why it's been abandoned since October, and I've actually submitted a question to the word on the street asking why no questions have been answered since October. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 76, please. 76. 77.
Hello, everyone. I'm a parent. I have 2 children in the district right now, and I'm reading a letter from an employee that wishes to stay anonymous. As a Carmel Unified employee, I have done my best to simply do my job and stay in my lane as I came into working for the district for the betterment of the students. In the midst of all the turmoil as of late, I have emphasized my focus on the well-being of each and every student that I come across rather than be consumed by what has been in the media and all of the intense goings on with board meetings. That all being said, I cannot help but share concerns that students have come to me about. While I'm not a Carmel High teacher, I have built a rapport with students across all the school sites, and it breaks my heart that the current climate of our district is negatively impacting our students. One of the first things brought to me was that students are now hesitant to wear their school apparel out in public because people outside of the district have questioned if they attend a Carmel school and then are short of interrogated about what is going on at the high school. These are adults' issues and should not be concerns of our students. High school concerns brought forth by students include, but are not limited to, many things changing at the high school since Mr. Lyons has been placed on leave. The new principal not doing as much in the eyes and personal experience of students as Mr. Lyons, administration and staff not being aware of inappropriate behaviors students are doing on campus, staff either being unaware or simply not caring about the fact that students are openly smoking on campus during school hours, staff and students alike appearing suffering and not being able to focus on their work. There's also been an emphasis on students that, quote, Mr. Lyons is an incredible person and hardworking man. He would always make sure every kid felt included and that they received what they needed at school. Overall, many people would like to have Mr. Lyons back and for the staff to do something because honestly, it's just getting out of control. This was a quote directly from a current CHS student. Some high schoolers have complained of being able to leave campus at some point during some classes and that the parents are not notified. Also, I would like to end by saying thank you to Mr. Knight for showing us what our community doesn't deserve. Thank you for allowing us to be exactly what we don't want for our community. I have already emailed the board members to let them know that this community has already found a previous successful superintendent that is willing to take Mr. Knight's spot and help us bring this district back on track. We will not stop until you all listen and make the right choices. I would like to add, I was the parent that attended the movie night at CHS. I'm sorry if I disturbed the community. The reason was because my friend wants to move to the district, and there's a LGBTQ child. And so I was trying to see what the community is about, the acceptance and inclusiveness. And by the way you treated me for just showing up, I don't feel like it's inclusive at all.
Thank you. Number 78, please. Is there a number 79? Oh, 80? Oh.
Hi, my name's Teresa Bryant. I read the papers and made it my job to get informed with what was going on. The reason I did it was because I raised my kids here. They went through Tularcitos. They went through part of them in a river school, middle school. Carl was at the helm, the high school, as well as Stevenson. We've seen private, we've seen public. Our passion as we speak with what you said, I thought, how can you not understand? It's because we love CSUD. It's not because it's just the last 2 years. It's not because it's the last 3 years. It's because we've raised our kids and our kids are now raising their kids. And it's generational. And there's much that's happened. I kept hearing people get up and say, I've been here for 2 years. I've been here for 3 years. Let this just play out. And all I could think of was their idea of who we are is clouded by COVID. It's clouded by the last 2 years. And that is not who we are. It's not only us that went through COVID, it is this entire nation and this entire world has gone through COVID. And things were turned upside down. But we have the base and we have the love of community and we have the love of our administrators. And it just seems like, Ted, it's like, could it be that since you've been here, your task was to clean up certain problems and now all you're seeing is the problems? Is there a negativity bias? I don't know, but I ask myself these questions because my heart says, how can he see us the way he sees us and say the things he's saying? Because if he was here over a long haul, I don't think you'd be saying those things. I see you, Seabury, when you cry because you're so passionate about doing what's right, because you know what it's like to be here long term. And also, Sarah, it's like you guys have been here long term. You know what we are. We've worked through problems. We've solved problems. We haven't come against each other. It's like we've gotten together and we've hashed things out. One of the things that I really questioned, because I have been here for so long, is the people that you are going after. And when you went after Jay Martin, I just thought, how in the world could he be saying these things about this man who's laid down his life for the kids in this community for a long, long time? Carl, you've done the same thing. You've gone through easy things and you've gone through very hard things, but we got through them. There's people throughout this community that do things for these kids over and over and over again, not to get credit, not to say we're great people. We do it a lot of times behind closed doors because it gets us through things. Many people have spoken at the last meeting and they said, it's just like, again, we want the same thing. We want for the kids to be safe. There's not a one of us, including the new people that have came in here, that don't want that. But it's the way it's been going about and the people that you've targeted. And it's like when you start targeting those people, it's like, it's really hard for us and we are passionate. And people say, we have to be nice, we have to be nice. It's really hard when your heart is being torn apart because of the things that are being done and the way they're being done.
Thank you so much for your comments. 79 or 80, 70, what number are you, sir? 80? Okay, yes, thank you.
Okay, my name is Justin Girardi. I'm a Tularcitos parent. Events suggest that the superintendent is attempting to act as district executive and impose policy unanimity. The superintendent has stated publicly that he prompted the board to solicit his own investigation, implied he is the filter through which transparency guidelines are established, increasingly takes liberties the district seemingly accepts without debate, and sequesters campus activities. Worrying given the critical need for board autonomy as a direct conduit to its constituency. The board can exercise power to exclusively delegate in isolated circumstances, but a pattern similar to newly pervasive use of emergency powers by public officials at large is troubling. This practice obscures administrative actions and controversial policies from standard legal and public scrutiny. The superintendent is accountable for many, if not all, issues at hand. Yet he assigns responsibility without acknowledging his role, misrepresents events publicly without reprimand, and implements policy opaquely with disregard for community stability and parental awareness. Every incident cited to represent this ostensible emergency is within his purview, but upon examination, not necessarily representative of an actionable crisis. Where transgressions surface, they are often linked to the superintendent's own policies and expose predictable problems inexplicably lacking advanced solutions. The superintendent's policies seemingly lack a unifying agenda. Instead, they appear to deconstruct the community social fabric while cynically shaming the deconstructed for their opposition. Political displays on campus target many groups, in one case by race and religion simultaneously, sow divisions within the student body, and contradict an altruistic front while violating district regulations. I am a county native who returned last May with some perspective. My single mother launched a private law practice and business here. My grandfather led Imjin Scouts, namesake of the Marina Parkway. Needing insight, I solicited input from many, positionally aligned or otherwise. Almost none will go through trackable mediums. A byproduct of the social intimidation culture pervasive in our country and the superintendent's tenure that should be addressed. I respectfully submit that dramatic policy shifts using questionably applicable powers is a misuse of public privilege and erosion of trust. The board should act as check and balance, not surrender its independence while policies create conflict to justify the claim to a need of repair. Every parent wants bullying swiftly halted. This, however, does not require the superintendent's heavy hand, nor an inorganic top-down alteration of community and district culture. Lastly, the conflict of interest raised with the superintendent active while pending or under investigation will further erode trust and damage board credibility. Wow. Is this thing, okay. Barring some other kind of circumstance, I would suggest that Mr. Knight be placed on leave pending this investigation.
Great. Thank you so much. 81.
I feel like I was waiting for a sandwich. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Heather Craig, and I'm coming to you today in response to a public comment that was made at the last board meeting regarding the superintendent being a representative of the community. In part, I'm speaking to verify that my thinking is straight, and I would certainly appreciate any feedback. To be clear, my thinking is that the superintendent is not, in fact, a representative of the community, but that it is the board that represents the community. And further, that responsibilities lie as follows. Firstly, it is the responsibility of the community to bring their concerns and feedback to the board. Secondly, based on the feedback from the community, a board should then write some overarching board policies, which will then be thirdly used by the administration to design detailed administrative procedures that put these policies into effect. In short, the community provides the why, the board the what, and the administration the how. It is clear after watching only one board meeting that the community has been very brave in the open expression of their concerns, and that the board is certainly making themselves available to listen attentively, and for that we thank you. Our community has been repeatedly grief-stricken, though, with major tragedies of the last number of years that we've been involved in the district, like suicides, death by drunk driving, sexual harassment. Our statistics are no different than the rest of the nation, and if you look, a surprising percentage of these cases are always, sadly, in 11 to 17-year-olds. I think that a recurrent theme of the last district board meetings seemed to be in regard to a lack of appropriate response or a lack of official documentation by the district upon being alerted to such major events. And I just heard one of the issues brewing this month is in regard to the teachers including current social issues in their instruction, for lack of a better term. All that. In this vein, I would like to recommend that 2 board policies be created or either reviewed and revised if they already exist. First, a policy to require clear documentation of incident reporting, and in addition, to require a committee to confidentially review such incidents so as to identify procedures that may not be working well for the campus, or to perhaps indeed identify repeat offenders or potential victims. As a second board policy, I think that the board should require that time, place, and support outside of currently scheduled class time be provided wherein our students and members of the district will engage in education, reflection, and civil discourse on various social issues such as sexual harassment, substance abuse, suicide prevention, eating disorders, gender and racial inclusion, and even what is now perhaps known as a social dilemma created by the use of social media. I think that such a job with guidance could easily be taken on by an effective campus climate committee, but we need a board policy in place to make that a priority and to enable funds to be allocated to bring in outside speakers if necessary. I thank you for caring about our students enough to take these matters into consideration and to put extra attention to your board policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 82, please.
Good evening. My name is Christy Kale. I have 3 kids at River School, and I too believe in and support public education. A lot of discussion has come tonight about how Mr. Lyons handled the sexual harassment case at the high school. What discussion has there been about how Dr. Knight handled the sexual harassment allegations against the custodian at Carmel High in regards to the teachers there? From what I understand from reading the FOIA requests, so many examples of this were given, and then the subsequent reassignment of the custodian happened to Carmel River School. So to me, it seems a lot like the pot calling the kettle black. There doesn't seem to be a lot of consistency here. Or is this the approved district policy to reassign someone accused of sexual harassment to an elementary school? Right now, there seem to be 2 main groups on social media with extreme polar differences. I've heard the groups say they don't believe in excluding people in the community based on politics, but when I look on social media to see who those groups follow, it's all about politics. I don't think political agendas should be the main focus of the school board. The focus should be receiving the best education possible with the vast resources this community has. Again, like I said last time, I want the board to understand that there are many, many parents in the district who don't fall under either one of these polar extremes, but that also do not agree with the board's decisions and do not agree with the actions of Ted Knight. Just because that is my view does not in any way mean that I don't support the LGBTQ community. I don't feel like a lot of people in our community are being kind or inclusive to everyone and all thoughts. Almost everything the board does always seems to be done in secrecy and makes parents feel like it's a shady backroom deal. I found it beyond ironic and laughable that the district received a transparency award. These public comment sessions at the board meetings seem to me to just be a public venting time because no questions are ever answered that I know of. Dr. Knight, are you moving to Carmel or do you live here now? I am happy to yield the rest of my time if this can be addressed.
Yeah, we don't respond to public comment. It would not be an agendized item, and it's a violation of the Brown Act. It's why public comment is for the community to give their 3 minutes to let the board and administration know how they feel, but none of us respond to public comment.
So how do we find out the answers to our questions? Okay, thanks.
Good evening, Dave Jednick. Whoa. Put it down here. So tonight I'm here to support Mr. Lyons, who in the last 3 years, as my child has been progressing through the high school, I have found Mr. Lyons to be an outstanding principal, extremely involved in the curriculum, the athleticism, everything that goes on with that school. And to sit here 3 months into his leave of absence with very little details as a community or even for himself, I can only think back of my own personal experience in Carmel government and knowing that the board is ultimately responsible. You guys select Mr. Knight, which with all due respect comes with a high acumen, and that's great. But mistakes are made. Maybe a mistake was made by Mr. Lyons. Maybe a mistake was made by Mr. Knight. The board does not have to follow the lead of the administrator, just like the Carmel City Council doesn't have to follow the city manager's recommendation. Whatever happened in this situation, it's clear that it was done poorly on the district's part in reference to the reprimand, the termination, whatever we're doing with Mr. Lyons. I asked the board to please reconsider, reinstate Mr. Lyons, work together. Let's use this as an opportunity for improvement and develop a long-term goal that Mr. Knight and Mr. Lyons can continue to support this amazing district. I mean, come on, guys. This is an amazing district. It doesn't matter if you're on one side or the other, all right? We're sitting here wasting all this precious time when we got to do a late start, we got stadium lights. Mr. Knight, great job on that, by the way. Mr. Lyons, great job on that. So together, we work together, we collaborate. Let's make this work. Let's not sit here and split the community because, you know, there's 800 kids at the high school who love this principal, or maybe a few that don't. And some people come out and vocally speak against it, but you're going to find a greater majority that are going to speak in favor of it. So regardless of what's going on, there's been mistakes made on both sides. Clearly, some are more well-known than others. And yet we're sitting here wondering what's going on. Can we just find some common ground? We're wasting $18,000 a month on a temporary interim principal. We have 2 vice principals up there. I mean, what is their purpose? I mean, when we lose a principal, doesn't a vice principal step up? I mean, we got a vice president, you got a president. Biden goes down, Kamala comes up. So I'm not sure why the district's spending money to put somebody in there that's not even going to be there long term. And once again, back to how much Mr. Lyons has become part of this community, and I think we all respect that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 84, please.
Oh.
85.
Good evening, members of the board. Drew Lander. I keep coming back to these meetings, but I definitely am here to listen as well. And I just want to speak about item 4A. I encourage the board to move to appoint or that procedure to appoint rapidly. I think it is very important. The district has some very important items to address. It would be important to fill the board. I do want to remind the board that I have the second most number of votes, so I will be applying for that position. I have listened to the parents. I fully support public education. I fully support all the students. I've told you before, I have 6 students in the district, 2 at the elementary school, 2 at the middle school, and 2 at the high school, and I'm very aware of the things that are done, and the quality of our teachers. And then I also just wanted to plug that we had a wonderful musical program last night, and it really was fantastic. I really speak highly of our music program. We have wonderful, wonderful teachers there, and the dedication that they put into that program, I think, is second to none. So many school districts do not have that. The number of instruments that we have is amazing. Our Music Boosters program is also phenomenal. So it's wonderful to do that. So I've been to many, many activities, and I understand the needs of the district, and I hope to be able to discuss those with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for highlighting our incredible music program. Number 86. I think that concludes this portion of the public comment section this evening, unless there's any other further public comment.
I'm afraid of this thing. So good afternoon, or evening. It's evening, it's dark. My name is Suzanne Martin. I am not representing ACT. I just have the shirt on. I am representing myself and my family. And Mr. Knight and Mr. Chavez did a great disservice to not only my husband, but to me and my son and my son who works here and my two other sons and our family. You lied to the press. You lied from knowing full well that my husband did not know about the allegations, the investigation of why a custodian was moved. You've put my family through embarrassment. I have cried. I don't cry very often. I've had to walk around campus and have people looking at me. My son has had to do that. My husband has been questioned publicly, and his integrity has been put into question. As someone who has been in this district for 23 years myself, he has been here for 26 years. I'm so sad that that was the decision that you chose to make. And I cannot speak for your humility to publicly apologize for your mistake. That's the sign of a good leader, and I expect that from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suzanne.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Anthony Carnazzo. Both my parents are teachers, actually. I've been a teacher. Both my sisters have taught. My sister just after me was also an educational psychologist as well. A lot of teachers in my family. I support teachers, certainly public school teachers. I have 3 children, the oldest of which is at River School, and 2 more will going to be following close behind. I'll try not to repeat what other people have addressed tonight. This meeting's already gone on, maybe too long. Speaking of length, there appears to be long-standing issues with bullying and harassment in the school district. I was largely unaware. I didn't go through the school district, but people keep on talking about it. Carl, poor guy, apparently let some of that happen. Seems like a nice fellow, but apparently. And yet you're on the school board, right? John has only been here a couple of years, and according to most people who I've spoken with and most people who have spoken tonight and the previous 2 meetings, he's a pretty nice guy. People seem to really appreciate what he's done. He's apparently wonderfully talented in his position and rather compassionate. Do you hate gay kids? Do you hate people? Well, there you go. I've met him. I'm sure he's a lovely young man. Did anybody know that? Thank you. I'm in the restaurant business. I don't care what anybody looks like. I don't care who you love, I don't know how you spend your days. When you come to me
It's my honor, as I see it, to feed you, to care for you, to provide some degree of respite from all the craziness out there in the world. John, we're kind of in the same business, right? When children come to school, it's meant to be just like a beautiful, safe, nurturing space, free from all that nonsense. So I see a lot of people that are waving multicolored flags and implying certain things, and yet John's got a gay kid. So it seems a bit hypocritical. Moving on, I see the time's running short. Mr. Knight, hey buddy, he implies publicly that you might be criminally negligent, that perhaps you care about these kids so very little that you might actually be criminally negligent. He defamed you in public, opening the district up to lawsuits, maybe even you personally, who knows. Alternatively, you're heartsick that you care so much about these students, and I find you noble and brave in defending yourself. I don't envy that position. I'll wrap it up. Thank you. Knight defamed you in public. You still don't know why. Therefore, you can't truly defend yourself. You have no idea what you did wrong. Presumably, if you knew what you did wrong, you would look for ways to remedy that via leadership to coach you to a better position. You've clearly been contrite and humble and looking for opportunities to improve. I'm sure you would do better if given an opportunity. At this point, I'd also like to point out, as mentioned by the previous speaker, that you have still not apologized publicly to a good man, Jay Martin. That's unacceptable. I can't shout that loud enough. That alone, publicly defaming a good man like that, at the very least, you should apologize publicly. The fact that you've still not done that is just incredibly, incredibly awful. You should not be in this position were you to do somebody, were you to act in that way. It's if there's anything that's a fireable offense, it's something like that, especially so publicly. Why wasn't John given the chance to be coached and improve? He clearly is humble. He's clearly willing to accept good counsel. Why are you not on leave pending a similar investigation? You should not be in a position of authority over anybody, quite frankly. There's a double standard that's very present. That's unacceptable. That's on the school board. You should answer for that. Two speakers ago, I'll also point out that you were asked the question, do you even live here? Do you reside here in some form or fashion? You cited legal code. 2 meetings ago, you didn't seem to have much care for legal code when you called the meeting in less than 24 hours. That is illegal. You clearly don't care about the law when you're opening up the district and yourself to legal action. Think about that. Okay.
I'm sorry.
A lot more to go. I'll draw it
Yeah,
up.
I'm sorry. Thank you so
Yes.
much. Thank
Thank
you for your
you.
comments. Thank
Just-
you. Are there any additional public comments for this evening?
Hey guys, it's getting late. I'll keep it short. I'm really proud of our community tonight. Everyone was really mostly chill and very cool. Thank you guys for your service. You guys are awesome. I don't know Mr. Lyons at all. I don't have any kids in the high school, but it's really cool that so many people came out to support you, man. Right? My question for the board, because we've lost a lot of good educators in the last couple of years. If the investigation shows that there's not a person who's responsible, but a lack of a system, because there's a lot of love shown for both these men here tonight. If the system is inadequate, you'll be faced with the hard decision to bring this man back or to hold him accountable. Because the victims need justice. But justice might not be with the person, it might be with the system. And we need leaders who will seek that justice, who will fix the system if it is in fact a system and not a person. This community is great. It's probably not a person. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, I'd like to go ahead and thank everybody for coming together tonight for a very productive and respectful public comment portion of tonight's meeting. So thank you all again for being here. We will move on to agenda item 2. This is the organization of the Board of Education. As we move to this organizational item, I'd like to mention that due to the resignation of Tess Arthur on February 16th, 2023, the Board of Education is without a board president. Because the board must agendize any potential action in advance of a meeting, this agenda item tonight includes both the election of a board president and, if necessary, the election of a board clerk. So with that, we will go ahead and start with our first item, and this is the election of a board president. So I'll go ahead and open it up to the board.
I'm going to go ahead and speak to that. I've been in that role several times, and let me tell you, it's one thing to be a board member. It's another one to be a board president. It's a lot of work, and it's a lot of coordination, a lot of organization, a lot of availability. It's not the same as just being a member of the board. This is the coordination of the board and how it's managed. And I got to tell you, she started out as a student of mine and has progressed through all of that. I had her as a student at Carmel Middle School, if you can believe that. And I didn't abuse her. I want you to know that. So let me say this. We could do no better than Sarah Hines in that role. So my nomination would be for Sarah.
Thank you, Carl. Seabury, or should we go down the line?
I'd like to throw my name in the hat, just because I think that I have the experience outside of the school board necessarily. While I have not been on as president or clerk of this board, that doesn't necessarily mean that I have not been on other boards. I have the time and the dedication that I can put into this school board. I believe that running for the president is looking for steady leadership during this very, very, very turbulent time. I've got unique skills. I come from this teaching perspective. I have been 15 years here in this district. I've taught all over this district. I have served on many boards, philanthropic boards, state organizational boards. I have looked at different things across this district. I have, while I was running for office and during my 2.5 years, I've had time to have lots of meetings with different people. I've looked at the community organizations that are out there. I have put forth my name now because I think that it's time to look at things from a different perspective. We've had some very turbulent moments that have been going on here. I have come from a perspective where I was in the classroom and I had many different voices coming at me, and spending 9 months with a whole bunch of teenagers makes for interesting bedfellows, to say the least. It shows the mettle of your character. I think that I have proven that over the number of years that I have worked in the district. I've worked with quite a few of the teachers that are here. I've also been part of dealing with the governance team. I have my master's in governance. I have studied to, be where I am at this point in time. I have my master's in cross-cultural education. I have looked at different aspects of this district, and I have worked with community organizations to try and find some common ground. I have spent time working out studying the district, and I've gone to the organizational meeting that we had for our unions when we had our our interest-based learning Interest-based bargaining. I was the only board member that was there for that. I've been the only board member that was attending when all of the new people came in. I have been consistent in my campaign promise. I have looked at career tech ed and expanded that program and gotten that really going. I have got 4 different topics that I would like to have the board take a look at in the direction that they would like to go. I think that each board member brings a unique concept to the table here, and I think that the board members need to have those vocalized. I think that we need to have work sessions where the public can be out there and we can talk as a board and we can have our ideas vocalized so we are transparent in what we're doing and so people are understanding where we're going and these ideas just didn't pop into our heads and we're trying to make policy. The board member's responsibility is 5, 10, even 15 years down the road. It's not necessarily what's going to be effective this moment in time. So I think it's very important to have those published out into the public so the public can get an idea of what's going on and have feedback. I have done listening sessions, particularly during my campaign, where I went to different parts of the district. I think that it's very, very important. I applaud the 2 board members that have gone there and listened to sessions. I think that we need to continue that at the different site levels. I think that we have got a lot of work ahead of us. I think that we need to really establish what we're going to be doing and make sure that we're very, very transparent in what we're doing. I think that the board really needs to have continuing education. I think that we need to know what systems need to be in place. I think that we need to understand where we're going to be going. And that's done by education. I think that we need to, in order for us to make policy about these systems that need to be in place, we need to know what they look like. So we need to have site visits to other schools besides our own to find out what has worked and be able to bring that back to us. So I think that all of those things everything in my life right now has sort of led to this moment in time. And I think that I would like to really be considered for president. I think that I have the leadership skills necessary to do that. Thank you.
Seabury?
Can I hear how you feel?
Sure. For this role as board president, I will continue to be prepared and positive and assertive. My goal in dedicating myself to these meetings is keeping us on target, keeping us productive, and keeping us collaborative, not only with each other, but with the superintendent, the heads of our unions, and also our parents and our community members. I appreciate all of the support and confidence that I've received as board president. So thank you so much, Bill Schreier and ACT and Carl. Thank you. My commitment to this board and our entire community is unwavering, and my commitment to each and every staff member and administrator is always on the forefront of my mind. And I do believe that at the end of the day, our main goal as board members is to do what's in the best interest of each and every student from all ends and all corners of our district. I would be honored to become the board president again, to continue to lead this board through the time that we have ahead of us. I understand that there is room for improvement in many different areas. So I would be honored to lead us through that. I've also led this Board of Education through some very turbulent times. I was board clerk through COVID underneath Carl Palestrini. I assumed the board president role smack dab in the middle of COVID. And one of my main goals and objectives was to turn our meetings around in a way that they were more streamlined and I think Carl and I did a good job doing that, and I think Tess Arthur and I also did an excellent job during COVID when we really tried to bring us all together and make our meetings more productive. So that was a commitment of mine to make our communication strategy more efficient during COVID. And I believe that we did that. I believe that we were transparent. I believe that people may not have liked our direction following CDPH guidelines. People may or may not have agreed with that strategy, but we worked as a team and we were all following suit. And I was proud of the way I led us through COVID. I am also proud of the way I led us through the superintendent search. The way Tess Arthur and I conducted the superintendent search was unlike any way that we had done it previously. The way we partnered with the consultant and the hiring search firm, we did things that we had never done before. We had email communication, we had town halls, we had community involvement, and we had a ton of community feedback. And that was really important to Tess and I at the time, to really engage all of you in the superintendent search. So I am proud of the way I led that along with Tess Arthur. And I continue to be proud of this board and the way we are moving things forward. And I would be honored to have your support and confidence as board president moving forward.
So I'm not going to throw my name in the hat. And would say, Anne Marie, I think you have a lot of experience for sure, and I agree with you that I think this board, there is some cohesion, but we come with different points of view, and I think that's healthy. Just like I was saying before with the public comment, I think it's good to have differing points of view and to respect one another and to hear one another. But I do have to say, I know we have some really troubling times coming up, and a lot of really difficult decisions to be made. And I have absolute confidence in you, Sarah, that you could do that. I think you can lead us through that. And I know that you're the right person for this. So I vote for you.
Thank you so much. I'm humbled and really grateful. So as I said, this board and this commitment to our community means everything to me. So Carl, you made the motion. May I please get a second?
I'll second.
Board Clerk Sarah Hines?
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen?
No.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar?
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you again for electing me as board president. Since I was currently serving as board clerk, we will now go ahead and elect a clerk. I'll now move to that item and I'll open it up to the board. Before I do, I'll pass it off to the rest of you. I would like to go ahead and make a motion to nominate Carl Palestrini for board clerk. We worked tremendously well, as I mentioned, during COVID. We were a great team until the board organization flipped over. And again, I know we have some issues to deal with ahead of us. And so I would like to make a motion to nominate Carl. And I'll pass it off to you, Seabury.
I'm going to put my name in the hat for clerk, definitely, for all the above reasons that I had said before.
This is incredibly bizarre. Yeah, how do you feel about it, Carl?
I was wondering if she was going to ask. Look, I've been a board president 4 times. I've been a clerk more than that. And, I think teamwork is really important in that particular role. And Sarah has it right. We've been through a lot together. We understand each other's, how do I say this? organizational structure and what we need to be doing and trying to keep it together and to keep it the way it should be. And I think that relationship's really critical and really important. So, it's not the key role. Basically, a clerk is the one that signs, documents and represents the board in that manner. So I'd be happy to help Sarah with that. I really would. I mean, we started that way, the other way around, but if that's her comfort level, I'm happy to do that. If she had selected someone else, I would be just as happy with that.
So I'm not going to throw my name in there for that either. I really struggle with this though, because in the big picture of things, actually, this has been a really incredible opportunity for me. I learn every time I come to a board meeting, and I continue to learn. So I would love to be in a more of a leadership role, but I just don't think I could do it justice. I think the amount of time commitment and trying to balance my work it just wouldn't be fair to that position. And I have to say again, Anne Marie, I totally respect you, and I understand what you bring and the value that you bring to this board and to potential leadership. But I think the relationship between the president and the clerk has to be really copacetic and in tune with one another. And I think that Carl could probably add that steadiness that we need right now. So I would second Carl as being the clerk.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
No.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you, all of you. I know these conversations are incredibly uncomfortable. So thank you all for your honesty and your openness. And thank you, Anne Marie. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 3. This is our consent calendar. This is where the board bundles a number of items and acts upon them together in one motion by the use of a consent calendar. These agenda items are routine items deemed to be non-controversial for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussions of these items prior to the vote unless any members of the Board of Education would like to request any specific items to be removed for discussion. If not, I'll go ahead and take a motion to approve.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
I second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you. I will move on to agenda item 4. These are our action, discussion, and information items. I would like to remind the public that we have pulled the late start agenda item off for this evening. So we will proceed with determining the procedure to fill the board vacancy. And I would like to welcome William Tunick. He is here with us today. He is from DWK and provides legal representation for Carmel Unified School District. And tonight he'll go ahead and present our options for determining the procedure to fill the board vacancy. Welcome, William.
Thank you. Good evening, board, staff, members of the public. As the board president mentioned, here tonight to provide a short overview of the board's options for filling the current vacancy on the board and to get direction from the board on next steps depending on which option it chooses. As was mentioned, the board now has a vacancy with the resignation of Tess Arthur on February 16th. Under the Education Code, the board has 2 options within the next 60 days. One of those options would be to call a special election that would be used to fill the vacancy. The other option is to appoint the individual, so the board would vote on who would fill that seat. Taking the first option, as far as a special election, if the board were to call that, it would occur in November of this year. Until that time, the board seat would remain vacant. And the other big thing to know about special elections is the district would bear the entire cost of that election, which would be substantial. For that reason, most districts that are faced with vacancies will tend to go the appointment route to avoid the cost that is involved in a special election, and also to ensure that the seat is filled as soon as possible. But that is one option. The other option is the board appointment. Again, that would have to be complete within 60 days. What that process would look like, and I think it's outlined a little bit in the agenda item, would be an application period. I think we've got 2 weeks in there is what's proposed from March 10th to the 24th. Applications would be available from the district office. They'd have to be in by the end of close of business on March 24th. And then there would be a special board meeting on March 31st, during which in open session, the board would have the opportunity to interview candidates and make the appointment at that time. And then the individual could be sworn in and join the board. Shortly thereafter, they'd be on the board come April. So that would be, those are essentially the two options. If the board's direction is to move forward with the appointment option, I think tonight on the agenda you have two items. One would be to provide that direction to staff so that they're able to get the application, the publicity for the process out there and make the application available. I think Friday would be the target date. And then the other piece that we'd be looking for from the board bylaw requires that the board appoint a subcommittee to review the applications for eligibility. It's essentially a paper review. We would need to identify 2 board members to sit on that subcommittee so that that process could take place before that March 31st meeting. So I believe that is kind of a short summary of the process, but if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I'll go ahead and start with you, Jack. Do you have any questions on the board appointment process?
No, I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Go ahead, Carl.
I'd like to nominate Jack for that open board position.
Me too. Yes.
He would be great. He really would. But having said that, Mr. Tunick, what's the typical process? Is it typically an appointment versus an election? And could you just maybe cover that a little?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, primarily owing to the cost of special elections, which has gone up substantially, that is what most boards that we work with. And I think if you look across the state, for the most part, boards will do appointments versus a special election. I did actually want to mention, just because mentioned with the student trustee, the same rules for eligibility, for better or worse, apply to the appointment as they would for someone who's standing for election. The other thing I wanted to mention just on the eligibility point, I know that the board, I wanted to mention this before, I know the board has made the transition to trustee area elections. That's going to take effect with the next regular election. What the Attorney General has told us is that for any vacancy that's created from someone who was elected at large, all the processes to fill that vacancy stay at large. So that means either if you did an appointment or a special election, it would be essentially at large, which means if you're doing an appointment, it could be someone who lived anywhere in the district and is otherwise eligible to be on the board.
Can I follow that up with one question? Do you mind? So can you clarify that also? So is this appointment for Tessa's spot on the board the full? Is it for the full 4 years, or in November do we have to revisit this vacancy?
Yeah, thank you. So it would be an appointment until November of 24. So when you have a vacancy in the first 2 years of a term like we have here, if you do an appointment, that person serves until the next election for other board members. And then at that election, you have what they call usually a short-term election, which is an election for the last 2 years of that term. Again, the district bears that cost, but that happens at the same time as a number of other elections. So the cost for that election is going to be much smaller than a standalone special.
And that is at large.
That would be at large as well.
Right. So on the ballot, there would be 3 districted, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 districted board positions open and 1 at large.
Yeah, so essentially the elections that the district would call, if you appointed somebody now in November of 24, there would be 4 elections. There'd be 3 by trustee areas, 1 at large. So that means what voters would see is if you're in one of the 3 trustee areas that are up in 24, you'd see the trustee election for a full term and you'd see the at-large election for a 2-year term. If you're in one of the other 2 trustee areas, you're just going to see the at-large election for the 2-year term.
Okay, great. Thank you. I know it's, that's a little confusing. Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, what is the average cost, roughly, to run an election of this nature?
Trying to think. I think it's gone into the six digits is my sense. The changes in some of the voting requirements that have come down to counties has really increased that cost. I mean, it's not the same thing. I saw an election in LA County. It was a pretty small district, and they started out at saying it was like $400,000 or $500,000. So they've really skyrocketed a lot. We could ask, but my guess is it's going to be a lot.
No, I think that answers the question.
So I did have a couple questions. The application, is that like a standard application that has basic questions that, is it like a standard form?
Yeah, it is. And so what we usually recommend is actually CSBA has some standard language. And so what the application is, it's a little bit biographical, obviously. Who are you? Employer? Do you have kids in the district? Just
Right.
stuff, that type of thing. But then it's also generic questions. And I think might have a copy here, but usually it's, what do you think are the challenges facing the district? What would you bring to the board? Those types of questions about kind of priorities and why you want to be on the board.
Okay.
And I think there's some questions about how have you been part of the community in the past.
And is that in addition to questions that the board generates as well? Or how are the interview questions then generated?
Yeah, so those would be generated by the board. The board can decide how you want to do that. There's a couple
And
of
that all takes place in the open public?
the actual
session?
questions, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's going to happen in open. So generally what I see boards do is you'll have this March 31st meeting, you may have 5 questions. Maybe you'll give everybody 2 or 3 minutes a question and have applicants come up, maybe answer one at a time and rotate who answers first, that kind of a thing. There's all kinds of ways to do it. But yeah, you'll have the written application, and then you can also have interview questions in open session.
And is there any quantitative component to those interviews? I mean, is there like a rubric or something where you can just to be consistent across all the...
I'll have to take a look. I think CSBA might have something like that you could use as a grading tool.
That just, reduces the bias. So there's more consistency.
Yeah. And just to be clear, regardless of how the process goes, right, it all happens in open session. And as far as the board members' preferences and ultimately that vote, that's also all in public, obviously.
And the applicants come and sit while we talk about them.
They can, yeah. Usually during the questioning, a lot of boards will ask the individual who's not answering the question to stand outside just to kind of make it as fair as possible.
Right.
But it is an open meeting at the end of the day.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, we've been here before.
Carl, you and I led the last board appointment.
We did. Board members will leave for various reasons. One of the most common is if they've served a long time and their kids graduate from high school, that's when they often will move off the board. That's very, really effective people have done that. But there's a rubric from CSBA that is pretty simple. The last time we did it, we didn't have all of the candidates in the room at the same time. We just dealt with them one at a time out of courtesy, for the individual that was interested in making the application. So it's just a thought, but it's pretty well defined. It's,
We did bring them all in. We had them outside while we were asking them the questions, and then they were all present for the board deliberation. And
correct. Absolutely.
Where
they
sit and watch us deliberate.
Yeah, but the piece about them stating why they would like to be on the board was done, individually.
And the way we did it last time, I think we put together 5 or 6 questions, as William mentioned, and each board member was given questions. So, so each candidate was obviously asked. So everything was, cookie cutter between all the candidates.
Correct.
And then just one more question. What are we allowed to do in terms of encouraging people to apply? Like, for example, I think it would be very beneficial to the board to have people from some of the new geographic or established redistricting areas apply. What are we allowed to do as board members?
Yeah, I think if you know of someone you think would be a good candidate and you want to make sure that they're aware of the process and encourage them to apply, that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I'd probably encourage you to do that.
Okay. And Jessica, are we also doing some communication from the district office as well to get the word out there?
I think last year or a few years ago when we did the board appointment, we sent a memo to the community with, if we choose to move forward with the appointment this evening, a memo would go out essentially to the community with the timeline that William had stated. So all of the information was pretty widely distributed. Obviously, I think Jessica would probably come up with a great communication plan on where it would be posted and available. And then I think, William, are there certain criteria that we have to follow? Like, do we have to do an ad in the, like,
Yeah, I think your bylaw requires that you do some publicity in the media. It's pretty limited. But yeah, but obviously we work, I think, again, the point of tonight is to get the direction from the board that that's the direction you want to go, and then staff can implement that direction, including that publicity piece.
all right. So before we go ahead and appoint the subcommittee, does anybody want to make a motion?
Just make a quick comment. A lot of people have come to me and say, have been asking about it, not as formally as Sarah as the board president, but I think it's important that that we would encourage anybody that is interested in doing this to do it, to come forward. And it's, in this board member's opinion, you don't look for people to do it, and you don't overdo it. You just simply are open to all comers and all opinions. So I don't want it to be thought that we are possibly soliciting what we think would be good board members, because that would be inappropriate.
Okay, so with that, would anybody like to make a motion one way or the other for the board appointment or the special election?
I'll make a motion for the board appointment.
I'll second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
All right, so let's move on to appointing a subcommittee to work with the superintendent, Jessica, Michelle, on all of the communications, the overall process, the application review, which is just making sure that each candidate meets the criteria, all of that. So I'll start with Anne Marie.
I will throw my name in the hat for that. See if I can be shot down 3 times in a row.
Is it typical to have board leadership also in one of those positions?
I'll pass that to William.
It probably is, just for purposes of, they're also the ones usually involved in planning the meeting procedure. So it would, if you're going to have a subcommittee talk about some of that process stuff, that's usually something where at least the board president's going to be involved.
Okay.
So I'd be happy to be on the appointment subcommittee with you, Anne Marie.
Wonderful.
Okay. So can I please get a motion to approve myself and Anne Marie for the board vacancy subcommittee?
I'll make that motion as presented.
Go ahead.
I just did.
No,
Anne Marie,
not
bring
you.
her hat in the ring to join board president Sarah Hines in the selection committee process. I thought that was kind of what you said. So
No, I was
yeah.
talking about the second.
Second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, William.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here in person. All right, we'll move on to agenda item 4B. This is the presentation of the transportation plan for the 2022, 2023, and 23-24 school year. This is an action item, so all the board members know that. And welcome, Dan Paul.
Thank you. So this is not a full presentation like I did last June where we talked about the status of transportation. This is really the board approving the plan that answers the questions that the state has about how we're going to transport certain groups of students in order to qualify for the state funding. They have an apportionment now for transportation, which they haven't had for a number of years. and you have to identify how you're going to serve certain groups of students. And if you can roll through the slides, I can go through them quickly. We already run a full transportation plan, so it's really identifying how we, go ahead, yeah. Give me the clicker. I have the power, or not. Side. All right. So the first one is how we're going to serve TK through 6th grade students and low-income students. We already provide a full transportation program that transports to all areas of the district. So it's really how do we identify those students? And it's through the enrollment process. Those of you that are district parents notice that the enrollment process opened today. So I'm working with the Student Services Department, and they will identify the students, give us a list. We reach out to the students and the parents and ensure they want transportation services. This is faster than it used to happen in the past. In the past, at the start of the school year, we'd identify these students, and some of them may have already bought bus passes, and then we'd have to work through the refund process and get them on the bus pass list. So that's the difference for the low-income students. Students with disabilities and homeless youth, these will also be identified through the enrollment process. And the list will come from Student Services. The special ed program will give us a list of students with IEPs. Now, there's levels of transportation with IEPs. Not every IEP will result in the student getting a specialized transportation service. It's really the outcome of that process that gives us the list of students and their needs and the programs we transport them to. So it's all outlined in the IEP, and then the information is given to the transportation department. The unduplicated students are again identified through the enrollment process. Looks like it's going to work open today. It's going to work pretty well, and they will be contacted and put on the list for free bus passes. Part of this process mandates that we reach out to the air quality management districts and the local transit authorities, because a lot of school districts will work with their air quality districts to get grants for electric buses or things like that. Our air quality district has no funds available for that. I gave them our plan. They had no comment. I reached out to MST as well, and they don't provide transit services for our students. If you go to some large cities, the district will transport the elementary kids and then have the local transit authority transport the high school kids or the secondary kids. We don't do that. We provide a full service. So MST had no comments on our plan as well. We also had town hall meetings and the board presentation that was last June. And we post our bus routes every year. They're updated prior to the start of school, and staff is available to answer any questions. So it's a pretty straightforward process if anybody has any questions.
Not a question, but just a comment. It's tough to manage that transportation program. And I got to tell you, you've been doing this for a long time, and you do it quite well. That's a comment.
Thank you.
Seabury? Okay. Anne Marie?
I guess my question is regarding the homeless youth, and it just popped into my head. Given the nature of the fact that they are homeless, how do we identify? I mean, because they're usually more transient in nature. So are they just pop onto our route whenever, wherever they are within our district?
We've had homeless youth in the past, and we've actually worked with the particular school site to determine where we need to pick those students up. So this is not a first-time thing for us. We've had to deal with it in the past. And sometimes they're there for the pickup, and sometimes they're not.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the comment.
I don't have any comment, or I don't have any questions, but thank you, as always, for the presentation. Yes, so we need a motion to approve the 2022, 23, and 23, 24 transportation plan.
I'll make a motion to approve the transportation plan for the 2022, 2023, and 2023, 2024 school years.
I'll second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
All right, moving on to agenda item C. This is resolution 2302, Resolution of the Board of Education of Carmel Unified School District designating Musco Sports Lighting as a specific material, product, thing, or service for the Carmel High School Stadium improvement. So take it away, Dan.
Okay, now this is a resolution that allows us to identify a particular item, thing, material for a project we're bidding. We've identified Musco Sports Lighting as our product for the stadium lighting at the high school because we're already using Musco product in the pool. We're familiar with the system. We use their control system right now, and they have technology that we want to incorporate into our lighting on the stadium. There have been questions about why Musco. Musco is the industry leader, and there really are no equals. Even the Save Carmel group had their lighting consultant give feedback, and his comment was, don't substitute. Musco is the industry leader. You can't do better than that. So our recommendation is that we go ahead and approve the resolution and select Musco.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
I do. I'm just kind of curious about the timing. It seems like we're kind of a long way away. Is this something that's good to do now, or is it something that could wait, or what's the thinking?
The timing is perfect. We're going to go to bid later this month, and we'll be awarding bids at the April board meeting. I know there's concern with litigation. There's language in our contract that allows us to halt the project for a certain period of time, and if it looks to be an extended period of time, it allows the contractor to withdraw from the project. And the halting the project would be with no penalties to the district.
Thank you. I think that's an important answer.
All right, I don't have any questions. Anne Marie or Seabury?
Yeah, and yes, I was asking, why Musco? So thank you for answering that. In addition to them being the leader in the field, are they also leading the way in terms of the technology, the newer technology where the lights really focus down? It's not radiated out. I mean, they're on top of all of the, a lot of the issues that were brought up in the EIR. I know that the Musco lighting can resolve some of those questions.
Yeah, they are the industry leader. Even the consultant that Save Carmel hired indicated they are the industry leader. They will have the best cutoff, the best optics. Everything will be top, the best you can get. If we go with another alternative, it will not be as good.
Yeah, I think the key to it is matching up the systems we already have with the same company.
Correct. Yeah, we have a control system that staff are very familiar with that we've used on the pool since 2007.
And Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Musco lighting's at Seaside High, right?
Yes.
Okay. If any of you have been to a football game at Seaside High, the lights are incredible. The way they're directionally focused and how the light doesn't spread around, it's sort of amazing. And I think these are even better. I mean, those are a few years old, right? So the technology
this will be the newest generation. Musco's done a lot of stadiums in the state recently. They gave me a whole list. Bellarmine is the one they said they did recently. I know some of our community members felt they didn't have lights, but they've done an installation up there. So they are the standard.
Great. All right, may I please get a motion to approve?
I can do that. Make a motion to approve resolution number 23. Where are we here? There it is. 23-02 resolution of the Board of Education regarding designating Musco Sports Lighting as a specific material, product, thing, or service for the Carmel High School stadium improvement.
I second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestine.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Dan.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, agenda item D. This is our second interim budget report. So I'll welcome Yvonne Perez to the podium, and we will approve this by roll call vote.
All right, he's getting the presentation up. This is one. All right, thank you for allowing me to present the second interim budget report tonight. It is a required presentation to the board, or required report that has to be submitted to the board before March 15th and then sent to the County Office of Ed. And so this report is for the period of actual expenditures from July 1st through January 31st, and then projections out through June 30th. So this is a high-level overview. We have, I have the unrestricted budget, restricted, and combined there in columns H, I, and J. And you can see that we have the beginning fund balance of 24 million. I'm going to focus mostly on the unrestricted side on this slide. And then we have revenue, which is 68 million. And I went ahead and broke this out a little bit differently than you've seen it in the past. So I showed the contributions to special ed right off the top, that comes right off the top of that revenue, and the contribution to routine repair and maintenance, which is a required 3% of the total combined general fund. So you can see those amounts there. And then we have the total revenue that's available, which is $58.8 million. Next, you'll see on line 9 are the expenditures that are ongoing, and that's 57.7 million, less the transfers that are ongoing to our funds that require help from the general fund, like student nutrition and our child development fund. That's $1.1 million. So if you bump those two figures right up against the revenue figure, I put that down at the bottom there in a note, you can see that that is $58.8 million. And we have 58.897 in ongoing revenue. So we're just about balanced with a balanced budget where revenue equal expenditures. Typically what we see between a second interim and our unaudited actuals when we close the books is that we generally do better because all of our funds that we're projecting don't get spent. We do a lot of work on our salaries and benefits because that's our biggest expenses you'll see as we go through this. But some of the other things where the schools have a budget and they don't necessarily spend it all, or departments don't necessarily spend it all, we're usually a little bit better. So as you go through the rest of that, we have the expenditures one time special comp was 1.4. We also have sent $3.1 million to Fund 40 to fund some of these projects that you heard Dan talking about. And so our total expenditures and transfers is 63 million on line 12 there, and that means that we have a net decrease in our fund balance. So we have purposefully spent down some of our fund balance for these special projects and then the negotiated one-time special comp. And so our fund balance drops from 24 million to 19 million. It still is a very healthy fund balance. All right, going on to the next page, next slide. This is a history of our fund balance, and so you can see what we've had over years, over the last few years. A year ago, the board required reserve above what our actual reserve was about 10 million, and so you can see that we have been spending down some of our fund balance for one-time purpose expenses, which is an acceptable use. So at our interim reporting periods, we always have to prepare a multi-year projection. And from the time that we prepared the budget in July with the dartboard that we get from school services, and we also compare that to the Department of Finance information, it changed with PERS, and so I highlighted that in yellow there. PERS is our public employee retirement system. We, in July, thought that we would not have an increase in our multi-year projection on PERS, but when the governor's budget came out in January, that was not the case. We do not know what it will be final. In May, we should have that final information by the time we're preparing that. Sometimes it's not in time for budget prep, so it just depends on how soon the May revise comes out from the state. So you can see that right above that in yellow, I just combined the statutory benefits. Starting there on line 7, we have STRS, PERS, Social Security, Medicare, state unemployment, and workers' comp. And so you can see the totals in yellow of what those statutory benefits are. And then I've also detailed out all of the other assumptions that we made in building the budget, the multi-year projection. So there's some more assumptions there. And then this is the multi-year projection. Now, the multi-year projection is built based on the information that we have at this point in time. And so we are not creating a budget for next year. That's in process right now. But we do take the information that we have, we put those assumptions in place into our figures, and then we can project out for 2 years, which is required in our SACS report. So you have the current year projection and then 2 years out. If we look at just the bottom of this report, it does show more detail than I showed on that first slide. But there is a decrease in fund balance, as I explained, in the current year. When you look at the second year out, 23-24, you'll see that we are projecting a deficit in that year. And so we had a stellar year this year in property tax revenue, over 8%. Next year, we're projecting a 5%, and the second year out, a 4% increase in property tax revenue. So that 8.1% that we projected out, it was based on taxes that were received, property tax that were received in December, and they were right in line. So we did up our projection on that. So that helped our bottom line look better too. All right. And the next slide is the revenue sources of the general fund, unrestricted and restricted. So unrestricted there is in blue, restricted in yellow, and green is the combined. And so at second interim, the unrestricted receipts are detailed out for your information. And then at the bottom of that, I've provided a table of the property tax just to see what that difference looks like from first interim to second interim. So you can see that we did up our projection there. And property tax, of course, because we're a basic aid district, is the biggest source of our income for the unrestricted fund. All right, so here's a table, a table or a chart rather of the property tax revenues, the history of that and what that looks like. And so you can see that in the current year projection that we almost doubled over what we had last year. Last year, we didn't quite have a 5% increase in our revenue from property tax. And this year it was quite a lot higher. Our advisors are advising us that we should not expect that sort of revenue in the future. There's inflation as property tax, as homes sold or people left, the homes are revalued. And so some of that factored into the high revenue that we saw this year. We will, as we start to prepare the budget, we will be having conversations with our advisors to determine with the assessor's office to see what that looks like for next year. All right, and at the bottom of that, it's really tiny, but I did put in the amount of revenue and also the enrollment that's next to that. All right, so here's our uses of our unrestricted and restricted dollars. Once again, unrestricted in blue, restricted in yellow, and combined is in green. And this is not a surprise. We know that in our unrestricted general fund that we spend 85.53% of our unrestricted dollars are spent on salaries and benefits, and that makes sense. Most districts do spend a large amount of their budget because we're a people organization. So looking at the green section, you can see that we spend 81.2% of our budget on salaries and benefits, and the rest, the other 18.79%, is for books and supplies, utilities, services, some capital outlay. All right, so here's a chart of the same thing on what that looks like. The revenue is on the left. The expenditures, how we use our funds, is on the bottom chart there, showing once again that large percentage that goes to salaries and benefits and the rest that is spent on other expenditures. This slide indicates or shows a chart of our contributions and transfers. One of the things that I'll point out is from first interim to second interim, we had some improvements. And so the transfer to the Child Development Fund actually decreased by $71,000, and that's because we had some additional revenue come in. And then also we're having, as child nutrition, it's also our projection is decreasing by $21,000. But in the second interim report, total transfers and contributions is $14.3 million. And this is a chart of all of our other funds, just showing what the expenditures are and the total resources. So you can see that there. And this is where we transfer in dollars from the general fund to make those funds whole, to make sure that revenues and expenditures are equal. I also included a projection of enrollment since you haven't seen that yet this year. And I use the cohort survival method, which calculates the growth or decline enrollment in a grade level. I chose to use the 2-year period of that method. We calculate 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, and 10 year. Did some research, looked at what where we were hitting our targets in the 2 year. This year seemed the most appropriate. And so you can see that at River, we're projecting in yellow there, the 23-24, that will increase in enrollment at Tular and River, both by about the same amount, 6 students. Cooper has been declining in enrollment, and we're projecting they'll stay flat next year at 42 students. TK is an interesting little animal. We're continuing to see TK students enroll in the district, so that's been going up over time. We're keeping a watch on that. And Laura Dunn is pretty amazing. She looks at birth rates and was just amazed me with her knowledge of what's going on, trying to project how many students would be coming into that program. So here we have Carmel Middle School, and you can see across the history of Carmel Middle School that it's been declining in enrollment for several years. We're projecting in 23-24 that it will decline again. If we look at in blue is the 22-23, you can see that we declined in enrollment at the middle school, and we'll continue to decline there by 17 students for next year. At the high school really has been declining enrollment. And if I take you can see that they went from 842. This year, they increased in enrollment, but we're projecting that next year they will decline. Those smaller class sizes that we're seeing at the middle school are now will begin to hit the high school. And if I go out one more year, 23-24 at the high school, they'll be below 700 students unless we have students move in. So we will have to respond to that decline in enrollment. So here's a graph on enrollment versus staffing. You can see that the enrollment has been declining. This year we showed just a little uptick. It was actually staffing enrollment. It was actually like 10 students. And then we declined in staffing. We reduced staffing by 2 employees this year. All right, so the fiscal impacts and challenges, we continue to have rising costs of pensions. As I just mentioned, PERS is now going to go up in 23-24, in 23-24, and again in 24-25. Almost 2% for next year, another almost 1.5% in the following year, and that is always subject to change. We have inflation. We're dealing with inflation, and so things are costing us more. Supply chain shortages are not as severe as they were, but they're still there. Things are still taking time to get here. Universal TK, as you know, we've talked about this many times, that we do as a basic aid district we receive no additional funding for implementing a 14th grade. And so that is difficult, especially because the class sizes, pupil to teacher ratio, are quite small. Next year, we can have 12 students per adult. The following year, it will be 10 students per adult. So we have to respond and try to project how many students will be coming in. Declining enrollment. If we were a district that was not a basic aid district, declining enrollment would be greatly hurting us because you lose funding when you decline enrollment in most districts in the state. And so it takes time to respond to that declining enrollment. Schools watch that very carefully. There are schools right now in this state that are having to do layoffs because they're losing a large amount of funding. Declining enrollment is happening all over California. For us as a basic aid district, when we decline in enrollment, we need to respond to it because eventually, as our salaries and benefits increase, it's important for us to be able to respond appropriately. And as people attrition through the district, make really good, have really good, thoughtful conversations if the position needs to be replaced. You could see that graph that I showed just a minute ago, that it was a little out of whack. So those are strategic decisions that we'll have to watch and talk about and respond to appropriately. It is not our intent in this district to lay people off. We're in a good financial situation that we don't need to do that, but we could not stay in a good financial situation if we don't respond to that. So new federal and state funds are continuing to come in, not at the extent that they came in during COVID, but we do have some new funding that is hitting the books, where we are seeing the cash actually hit the books this year with some planning. They have long-term dates of where allowing us to spend it over a few years, and that will replace some of the ESSER funding that will be completely spent by the end of this year. Ongoing increases to special ed. You'll see at some point when I get to share it in more depth about the budget, special ed is continuing to increase quite dramatically. Fortunately, $1 million actually projected for this year, but we had some revenue that also increased, thank goodness. And so the net is around $450,000 of an increase that is not offset by additional funds. Learning loss mitigation, we're continuing to deal with that and trying to find the best strategies. The state is aware of it. They're giving us special categorical funding. The ELOP grant, I know that Sharon Ofick and she has some team members that are working diligently to come up with the best plan for summer school and to make sure that we're meeting all of the requirements for providing a 9-hour day and also 30 extra days of programming a year. The increase, I did mention that the one-time ESSER funds will be fully expended by the end of this year. And then we have ongoing legal costs that continue to plague us. So hopefully that will not continue, but we do have a good fund balance to take us through those, what I consider one-time expenses. And with that concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Thank you so much, Yvonne, for that thorough presentation. I always appreciate the way you present these budgets. So thank you very much. I'll start with Jack. Do you have any questions on the budget?
Yeah, I do have a couple questions. Most of them are just relating to like legal costs and just the cost of stadium lights. So you talked about how we were kind of intentionally spending down reserves with like special projects and one-time expenditures. Mm-hmm. So would that include like the cost of stadium lights in those like the cost of litigation or projected cost of litigation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so could you put that in perspective? Like, what percentage of our total expenditures would those legal funds be?
In percents, you're taxing my brain here.
Sorry.
I will have to get back to you. I haven't calculated what in a percent wise what that is in legal fees that we're projecting to the end of this year.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a couple. Go back over the high school numbers, current versus projected.
Yeah, I can put it back up there.
Yeah, just give them to me because I can't see that far.
Okay. So high school current is 858, and we're projecting 816.
I'd rather hear it than see it. There we go.
Yeah.
Boy, that's a pretty low projection.
Yeah.
Is that strictly based on middle school dropping numbers? Or
yes.
What
Yeah.
about the addition of students from private school and all of that? Don't we kind of build that enrollment via that process?
Yeah, via that process that I was explaining, that survival cohort method, it does account for those changes.
Okay.
It's theoretical, obviously.
Let me ask you one more. We're talking about school site budgets, and are they typically spent down at the end of the year?
Mm-hmm. They do.
What if they aren't? Do they carry over, or do they go back into the general fund?
Traditionally, in this district, we have not carried over. There's been a lot of conversation. I've been talking to our Director of Fiscal Services, Diana Gonzalez, and some feedback from the principals and our administrative staff. And so we are going to carry over funds this year.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. That's it for me.
Okay.
Seabury?
Yeah, so with that graph that you showed of employment versus enrollment,
right?
Is there a possibility? I mean, do you have a percentage or an idea of retirement, and how that plays into future years to mitigate some of that, and also are unions allowed to? I don't know if this is a possibility, but are unions allowed to offer early retirement or, bonus packages to encourage earlier retirement?
Right. So we have, it's not so much unions that offer it, is the district and the board that would engage in what is often referred to as a golden handshake. There has been some discussion around that golden handshake. Because we have made a determination, I think, in collaboration, and Craig could talk to this more, but we are not in any real hurry to have experienced teachers leave when there's a huge national shortage of teachers. So a golden handshake encourages teachers to retire, with the idea being that you then replace them or you don't replace them at all. And so you have some savings. We're not in such financial distress that that's something that we think we need to engage in for this year, but it is always a factor that could be considered in the future.
Just a quick follow on that. So with a golden handshake and you have retirees leaving that have probably run close to the end of their service, they'd be replaced by incoming younger teachers. And
Right.
that's an offset that is factored in at some point, I would think, in terms of, I don't know, Ted, maybe you can tell me a little more about that one. But that seems to have been a pattern. When you offer it and people leave that are high-paid employees, they're replaced generally by not so high-paid employees, they're younger people. Anything to that in terms of an offset?
Do you want to answer that? Okay. We would have to calculate that. It's generally the belief is that there's not a huge savings to districts unless you have that situation where you're in declining enrollment and you're trying to reduce staffing because of declining enrollment, which we are. But when you're an LCFF or state-funded district, everybody's an LCFF district, but a state-funded district, they have to respond much more quickly at times. And so the idea being that they're going to, because enrollment is declining, that you would have teachers retire and not replace those teachers, then you have real savings. But there is that second concept that you referred to, that if you did need to replace the teacher, they're replaced by a brand new teacher, for example, that's much lower on the salary schedule.
We've benefited from being able to hire the best possible teacher, regardless of age, over time. So that's a real plus for how we're structured.
Right. And we are a district that allows quite a lot of experience when you come in. In some districts, they cap that off. I can't remember what it is here. And so when we haven't had to pay for beginning teacher mentoring program in quite some years because we are not hiring brand new teachers.
I have one more question. So the Stadium Lights project, and I think I've asked this before, but that we've already kind of put it in the bank for that project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do we have the ability to tap into that if we need to compensate? Or, I mean, is that a restricted pot of money at this point, or?
It is restricted. It is restricted to some extent. The board authorized the business office to move those funds up to, I believe it was $9 million at the point in time that you authorized that. And so we have about moved that much money, or it's budgeted for that if we haven't actually moved the funds. We don't want to move the funds before we have to, so it's just a timing thing. But could you take it back? Yes. But if there was a project that was in progress, that would be much harder, right? So once you sign a contract, there's no taking it back.
Right. But I'd hate to be in the position where we have declining enrollment, therefore we can't support enough, we can't support teachers, but we're moving forward with the Stadium Lights project.
So what I want to point out though is that those dollars that were moved were one-time dollars. They were savings. They were not ongoing expenses. So you would never take one-time dollars and plan to spend it for ongoing expenses like salaries and benefits. That would put you into a structural deficit. Yeah.
Anne-Marie, any questions? Okay. I just had one question, Yvonne, that just came to me. So I'm sorry I didn't ask this ahead of time. When I was looking at the enrollment and staffing graph, I know you mentioned that you can look at enrollment 1, 5 to, you can look at that pretty far in advance. I remember a few years ago sitting through one of your presentations and we were all talking about how in a few years from now, there was going to be a surge of retirees and we were going to have a decrease in staffing. Is that projected to be beyond 22 and 23? Because I see that the staffing is pretty linear between 21, 22 and 22, 23. I mean, are we all still talking about that group of retirees, or where is that conversation?
Right.
Because I don't see it reflected in the staffing numbers. So I was just curious because I know we talked a lot about that.
Yeah, it's kind of a strange phenomena, but my experience in districts has been that people don't always tell you when they're going to retire. It's pretty rare, actually. And so there is a certain point when HR sends out letters, are you going to be here next year, accept your employment here? And so that's when we start to find out about retirements. But we do have an aging teacher population here. A large majority of our teachers are also highly educated, and so they're all the way over on the salary schedule, and they're low on the salary schedule, so they're pretty highly paid. And so as that group begins to retire, once again, that discussion of do we need to replace the position, it becomes a little harder at high school and middle school than it does at elementary, because high school and middle school, you have all these sections that you have to cover. So, but it is your opportunity, the best opportunity to take a look at it. Can we get by without it? Could we offer extra sections through, a paid prep to get all of the sections that we need at a high school or middle school? Elementary, a little bit easier, but we also have staffing protocols that we want to follow and honor with our teaching staff. So those conversations have to occur when we have those opportunities.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ted, do you have any comments on the budget?
I know. Just want to thank Yvonne and her team for the work. They're doing a really good job keeping us up to date and trying to balance all the money we are now no longer getting because of COVID, and how we keep the same level of support for our students with fewer funds coming in.
Any projection on that in terms of what it will be costing us without the COVID funding?
Well, what we've been talking to staff about in the budget roadshow is just having the staff help us with priorities, right? We have a very healthy budget, $80-85 million a year, so we can afford just about anything we want, but we can't afford everything we want. So we're asking the staff, where do you want us to prioritize? Do you want us to put our money into people, into pockets, into programs, into our physical plants? And so we're using Thought Exchange. That's what we're getting. We're using Thought Exchange, as you've seen before, to say, where would you like us to prioritize? And similar to my joke about late start, that we want to start later and get out at the same time, most of our feedback has been yes, 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 and yes. So it's, at some point, I think that decision's going to come before the board in terms of what do we want to do here. As Yvonne said, we don't necessarily lose money because kids leave, so we don't have to do anything if we have declining enrollment. But if we want to start putting money into other areas, we're going to have to make some decisions. But the good news is we're in a healthy position.
Can you give us a ballpark on what we would be actually losing in COVID funding?
Well, it's declined over the years. We received about $6 million, and this year, and we used it over a 3-year period. We have where we invested our money, we invested one-time dollars in people. And so those ESSER funds are expiring at the end of this year. Fortunately, I think we have another year to talk about it, but we're about $1.4 million in ESSER funds this year that will no longer be there next year. And so that is a concern that we really do need to have some really crucial conversations about, because those funds were supporting our social workers that we hired, our clinicians that we hired, the 2 wellness centers that we started up. It was supported by those funds, and health aides.
Do we have a commitment to those people beyond that level of funding? In other words, are they in our system in such a way where they are gaining tenured status, so to speak?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I would answer that philosophically. We absolutely want to keep those programs. So we've already prioritized that. So because the money isn't here, we need to shift money from other areas to keep those folks. You heard me mention the counselors, mental health team getting together today to work on that. Is a very powerful team, and we need to be able to keep them. There are certainly other areas of the budget that we could work with if we need to. So my recommendation is always going to be to keep those folks that are supporting our students' mental health.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for the clarity.
Yeah, and I would say too, I know, Yvonne, you went over one of the line items was the mitigation for learning loss, but I would say just as important is the mitigation for the social emotional loss that happened during COVID and making sure that we are able to continue to support students that are struggling
Right.
socially and emotionally.
Absolutely. And I'll just mention, I mentioned it briefly, but there is some additional state funding that's coming in that can be used over a longer term period, 3 to 5 years, depending on the funding source. And so we need to plan that out, but it could be a source of income. There's one pot of money, and I think I mentioned this. There's one pot of money, it's called in Music, Art, Instructional Materials Grant. And it sounds like it would be restricted to that, but it's not. It's pretty wide open on how we can use it. So that is a pot of money that we can use over the next year to continue to support those programs. But we need to thoughtfully plan that out. So we're engaging in budget planning. We've started that process. We have scheduled budget meetings with our schools. Sharon's doing a ton of work in those areas, and so it's not being forgotten.
You know, that does bring up a good question. I've been reading about that legislation and those programs in the state's support of the arts. But to have it unrestricted, to be moved from that goal and target to be used anywhere in the budget doesn't sound like much of a commitment to it.
Yeah, there's a second
I'm not
pot.
here. I'm just saying statewide. Am I wrong about that, or?
It was, I think, interesting how they wrote the legislation on that pot of money. But there's a second pot that's called Music and Arts, or Fine Arts, Music and Arts, Prop 28, that is restricted to just that use. And so we've got to plan that out as well. And it's a supplement, it's not a supplant, which means we have to do something extra for the arts programs. It is one-time dollars. But it gives us some leeway to, be thoughtful about it.
Yvonne, I just want to say thank you. Your presentations are always very detailed, and you speak language that I understand, and I just appreciate all the time that you put into your presentations. Thank you.
I'm going to second that. Very clear, concise. I should have brought my computer. I didn't, but no, well done.
Thank you.
And we have a budget study session scheduled with you, right? I think we'll be having a budget study session with Yvonne coming up shortly. So I know that we'll all be looking forward to that.
Yes.
So if there aren't any more questions or comments, can I get a motion to approve the second interim financial report as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Board President Sarah Hines?
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen?
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nachbar?
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Yvonne. Oh, I think are you staying with us? Or is it just Laura? Oh, okay. All right. So we'll move on to agenda item E. This is the Child Development Program's proposed 23-24 fee schedule as presented by Laura.
Yvonne just didn't want to lose her voice. So every year, we raise our rates just like most businesses do. We do have revenue that comes in that you guys just saw, but the general fund does help support our program so that we can have low class ratios, all that good stuff. So we are suggesting another 8% increase this year just because all of our costs have gone up as well. All those little beads and fun things that we buy them, they all cost more money. So so that's it. You see on the first page is just some comparisons to some other schools in our area that are most like us. We're still going to be pretty comparable and competitive. So the second page is just the, you can see the breakdown of the difference for each of the different programs because we have the infant program, the preschool, the before and after school care programs. They all come at a different price. So we just wanted to break that down for you so you can see the difference. In the far right column is the cost to our employees. The remainder of the difference between those, the district, that's the part the district helps us with. So that's where that comes in. Any questions?
Yeah. Did you say up 8%?
Yes.
Okay. How's that communicated?
Right now.
Good
no.
answer.
It's just approved, but every year we pretty much do this, and the board approves it, and then we put out our contracts next week, and it is on the contracts what the new rates will be.
Well, it almost sounds like a COLA increase in a way, in terms of just the cost of, go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, a lot of the price it costs is obviously going to be tied to what we pay our employees, right? I mean, the main cost in any building is its employees, and although our cost is comparable to others, we have hands down the best program on that list. So our families are still getting a great value, and I think that is demonstrated by the wait list that Laura and her team have. It is pages and pages long, so I don't think this is in any way going to inhibit our community's ability to take advantage of this great program.
Do we still have a waiting list for any of this, or?
We have a very long waiting list for this.
And does the state support, low income students too?
Yes, yeah. The state increased that so that if they are at 100% or less of the state median income, they qualify.
That's great.
So it's not too bad. So we make that public on our wait list, and it's on our website as well, what those ceilings are for different family sizes, so that they can apply for that.
And are there any priorities given to low income students, or are they just on, first come, first serve?
We have a grant through the state for a specific amount of money that will fill so many slots, basically. And so, yes, we fill those slots. And we do need to, the state requires that we prioritize by the lowest income first. So we know whether they want to apply for, and then they tell us where they are on that. And then we prioritize by the lowest income first on those, for those slots.
I just have one quick question. What is the percentage of the employees that participate in the Carmelo program, and is it increasing or decreasing? Because I know that's always, like a hot topic when we go through your agenda presentation.
That was just sent over to you. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Oh, that's okay.
It varies from anywhere from around 30%.
Okay. And is that pretty consistent year over year?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Would you say that's about right? And that is true for our school age programs as well as the preschool and the infant program. So across all of those programs. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious if it...
Because they do get, especially for the preschool and the infant program, they get priority enrollment. So anybody who's a district employee, as long as they're on the list before we enroll everybody, they're going to get in.
Great. Yeah. That's great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If there aren't any more questions or comments, can I get a motion to approve the proposed Child Development 2023-2024 fee schedule as presented?
So moved.
And I'll second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, agenda item F. This is Resolution 23-03, declaring the Robinson Canyon Barn property as surplus, exempting the district from appointing a 7-Eleven committee and authorizing district staff to provide the statutory priority notices to public entities.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to spend just a minute talking about how this works. It is quite a lengthy process to sell real property for a school district. One of the things that is required under Ed Code is that the board has to adopt an advisory committee to sell real property. And this is one of the things that we're asking for tonight, that we be exempted from the 7-Eleven committee process. Ed Code 17389 requires that a committee be formed, and it has to have at least 7 members, but no more than 11, thus the term 7-Eleven committee. And it also specifies the makeup of that committee. So, for example, you have to have the committee has to be representative of the ethnicity in your district, the age group of your voting people that are voting, your voting population, and socioeconomic statuses. It also has to have business communities, landowners, or renters that are in the area. It has to have teachers, administrators, and parents of students. and then also expertise on the committee of somebody that's has expertise in environmental impacts, legal contracts, things like that. So since the Robinson Canyon Barn is has never been used as a school site, there is an exemption that will expire soon that would require us to go through the 7-Eleven committee. Since it has not been used as a school site, we can exempt ourselves from that process. And so that is part of the resolution that you'll be considering tonight, is to adopt this resolution, which declares the property as surplus. I provided some next steps here. It will take several months to go through this process. Notices have to be given. There's a very strict, detailed process that has to be followed. And so we do that with legal assistance as well because it is complicated. So tonight, I'm requesting approval of adoption of this resolution to declare the Robinson Barn property as surplus, to exempt the district from appointing a 7-Eleven committee, and authorizing district staff to proceed with providing the statutory provisions of doing so.
Excellent. Any questions or comments?
I've got a question. That is the old Carmel Valley Grange Hall, and it was built in about 1857 or 58. I am a docent for the Carmel Valley History Society. It probably hasn't got historical designation, but I would look into it.
Okay.
Because somebody might just pop up with that. Of course, the thing's falling apart. It's not useful.
Right.
It doesn't have any direct access to it. Because there's no driveway really or anything. The whole community kind of built itself around this thing. But it is a historical building, and I think you just need to cover that base, okay?
Okay, appreciate that advice.
Yeah, that was one of my questions. I just want to know the history of it and if we have any ability at all to use it to some extent within the district as a site. Sounds like we don't. And I did ask the question, but I think it would be worth repeating. I was curious if we can donate it, if there's any ability to allow a nonprofit or a land trust to secure the property.
Right, and it would be difficult because we're a public agency, we cannot donate. But there is opportunities where you could partner with another governmental agency, for example. The land there is just so oddly shaped, and it's surrounded, by the very near the highway. There's just not any parking there. It would be difficult to determine how you could partner with somebody to do something useful with that property.
Can it be sold privately?
It can be sold privately after you go through all of the notices that you have to go through to other governmental agencies.
I'd be interested to see which governmental agency would like to have that building, because right now it's full of rats.
It is.
On the other hand, it's got some value.
It does.
So it has to follow a protocol, posted protocol of public interest, and then it would follow that it could possibly wind up as on the private open market.
That's correct.
Okay.
May I please receive a motion to adopt Resolution 23-03, which declares the Robinson Barn property as surplus to the district's educational needs, exempts the district from appointing a 7-Eleven committee, and number 3, authorizes district staff to proceed with providing the statutory priority notices to public entities.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Board President Sarah Hines?
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen?
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nachbar?
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much, Yvonne.
Thank you.
All right, agenda item G, this is our Healthy Kids survey. So we'll need a motion to approve the administration of the survey during the 2022-2023 school year as presented by Sharon. Or Ted.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just introduce it, and then Sharon's going to talk about it. The reason why we're bringing this before the board is just to get direction. Most of you are probably familiar with these biannual surveys, but they happen across the country. But with everything that's happening right now with kind of the culture wars in public education, there are going to be some questions on there that some in our community might not like. And so we want to make sure with full transparency we're presenting this and that a majority of the board wants us to move forward. So Sharon's going to share the specifics, and then we can answer some questions if you need us to.
Thank you. So this survey has been administered in Carmel Unified School District since the 2008-2009 school year. As mentioned earlier, it is an every other year survey. It does check the boxes, if you will, for LCAP requirements, as well as what we refer to as a two-pay grant funding, which is a tobacco use funding program. For this particular year, we receive about $232,000, for which we are currently paying for a school resource officer. The two-pay grants cycle through, and we're up for a renewal of that cycle, and each cycle they allow you to fund different types of things. So it doesn't mean that that's the use of those funds in the future, but it is a requirement of receiving those funds that you administer the California Healthy Kids Survey. So if we choose not to, we have to know that those funds would no longer be coming to us. This survey is completely optional. It is administered in grades 5, 7, 9, and 11. The upper grades definitely have more, I don't know, some people would say provocative topics about sexual identity, gender, the gender spectrum and how you identify, gender identity, things of that nature. Again, I want to reiterate that the survey is completely optional. No student is mandated or required to take it. You can leave questions blank if you want to. So we would proceed with that information in mind. It is, I don't know, maybe a 20-minute survey. And there definitely are benefits to it in terms of how our schools have used it in the past. I know through conversations with some folks that the high school has done review of the data, and through that analysis determined how to proceed with development of certain programs and whatnot in the past. So it is definitely something we have made use of, and the data is posted online, so we actually can access longitudinal data year over year, which is also beneficial. There are different modules you can add in. The requirement is to administer the core module, which is what we would do, just the minimum, the basic core module.
Just a quick comment. I've been there with this California Healthy Kids Survey. The level of accuracy at the high school level is better. The level of accuracy in terms of response at the middle school level has not been, how do I say this, very productive, because the kids get confused as to how to answer the questions. They're on the edge of, is that happening to me or not? And so the data, it's better than no data, but I think that's a caveat. But of course, we have to have it, obviously, for the reasons you've just stated. But we've tried to sort that out mainly at grade 7, not so much at the high school, because by then they have the experience to really have better answers about what they've been up to. Just a thought.
For the younger kids, I guess the 7th and potentially even 9th grade, how is it administered? Does it go through the parents?
No, it's administered during the school day at 5, all the grades.
Okay.
Each school site manages the administration of that. We have, the teachers have assigned, depends on the level and the site and the schedule. So at elementary school, obviously with single classroom teachers, they would give it in a different manner than in a high school where they change every period and whatnot. And typically you assign, like a department is assigned the administration. So they take 15, 20 minutes of a period in a particular week and administer it to their students. So.
And are the parents provided the survey ahead of time to talk with their kids about whether they want to have them participate in that?
The survey is available, like a sample survey is available online. You can see the questions. I also have it linked in our actual board item if anyone wanted to look at it ahead of time, but in this, through this item, if they know about it, but for sure our intention this year is to send out you're not required to, but we would like to send out a permission slip that has that link in it.
I think that's a great idea. Yeah, I think just to give
So
parents a
that's
heads
our
up.
intention.
Yeah.
You know, I think the add-on modules would be interesting to see because they could target that to specific issues in specific grade levels and districts. So that I would be interested in kind of looking at that little piece, not the general situation. And yes, we find windows. It's pretty easy. You do it with teacher supervision for kids that are up for doing it, and it's not that hard to get it done.
And what is the response rate?
You know, I don't know what the response rate is. And I would imagine since we're doing the administration differently this year, we'll get a different response rate because typically it's passive consent and we're soliciting active consent.
Okay. Thank you.
I know that at one point in time they would use the math class as, you know, that 15 minutes, but mostly it was like English and social studies classes that they would impose all of those outside surveys and stuff. But I think that the information is really beneficial as an aggregate data to be able to collect and to be able to understand what is going on and what is unique to our district, and so how that looks as compared across, you know, the entire state. So I think that, you know, given the fact that everybody gets a chance to opt out if they don't want to participate in it, I think it's a good idea to move forward with it.
Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, it's comparative analysis with all districts in California. You can see how we look compared to as close as Monterey or as far away as Reading. I mean, it gives you statewide data to show what the hotspots are and how those grade levels compare. So there's something to that for sure.
And
Okay.
and just one last question. Does the state, how do they use that data?
So through the LCAP process, which every district is required to participate in and provide a plan for, you have to provide or survey results and data on school connectedness and school safety, which are questions in that core module. And then again, you know, so they use that information, and they have contracted with an organization called West Ed to help them with all of that. So it's a partnership between the California Department of Education and West Ed, and they help with that analysis at the CDE level.
Sorry. In looking at the two different versions of the survey, so when the memo goes out to the parents, you said there'll be like a permission.
Our plan is to have a permission slip that has the link, the exact link that's provided in the board item.
But there's two, right? So
One for fifth grade, one for secondary, which would be 7, 9, and 11.
Yeah. So are you going to call out that in the secondary version of the survey that parents may want to look at it because of the first sort of 4 or 5 questions? How are you addressing this? Because they are very sexual in nature, and some, you know, parents might feel uncomfortable about it. So are we going to articulate that, please review this survey so you can make the decision that's best for you and your family?
Yeah, there's a little that drafted permission slip we have created, if we choose to do this, has something similar to what is listed here in the board item, which has a list of the types of topics of questions that will be asked. So not the questions themselves, but the topics or categories they fall within. And that has gender identity identified, and it has, all kinds of very specific information in it, the list of topics that would be covered on that survey.
Thanks for clarifying.
Based on what we're given from the survey company.
Right. And to be clear, we can't edit or augment any pieces of this survey, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The core right. We can
choose a different.
We can contract with them to create our own module, but it's a little late to do that for this particular year. We can do it in the future, though. Same with the additional modules. They have multiple additional modules on almost any kind of topic.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that was one of my questions, was our ability to add questions or modify it based on this district. So if we're doing it this year, how would we start that process for if there was interest and it could be a discussion?
Yeah, we
For-
can look into it.
Okay.
All right, if there aren't any more questions or comments, we do need a motion to approve the administration of the California Healthy Kids Survey for the 2022-2023 school year.
So moved.
Second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
All right, we'll move into agenda number 5, section 5. This is going into closed session. So before adjourning into closed session, I'll go ahead and identify the closed session agenda items for tonight. Agenda item 5A for closed session is public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to Government Code 54957, subdivision B1. Agenda item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subdivision D1, name of case, Save Carmel versus Carmel Unified School District, Monterey Superior Court case, number 22CV004064. Agenda item C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, Division 2, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, Subdivision D2, 1 case. Lastly, closed session agenda item D is public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957 in regards to the superintendent. So for now, we will adjourn to closed and we will reconvene to open afterwards. So thank you all for joining us this evening. Appreciate it. Coming out of closed session, the Board of Education understands that the community values trust, transparency, and communication, and recognizes that we have work to do in these areas. Because of this, consistent with its prior statement, the Board of Education, without involvement of the superintendent or other staff, will be seeking proposals from independent external consultants to conduct a review of the superintendent's actions in relation to recent personnel matters. The board anticipates agendizing approval of the independent external consultants agreement on March 31st. Also in closed session, the Board of Education directed staff to provide Mr. Lyons with a copy of the recently completed investigator's report into one allegation regarding his handling of a sexual harassment complaint at Carmel High School. The Board of Education also provided direction to expedite a comprehensive investigation of additional claims regarding the handling of sexual harassment allegations at Carmel High School and whether mandatory reporting obligations were met. The board also directed that the investigation be completed as soon as possible. Thank you all for joining us this evening. Meeting adjourned.